Testing.
Testing, testing. You good? Testing, testing, testing. What? Keep going? I'm still going. Testing, testing. We are testing the mics. You good? All right.
press the button. Good evening, everyone. And before we begin, I'm going to ask Legislator Gaylor, Colonel Gaylor, to please lead us in the pledge.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Please, everybody rise. Hand over heart. Join me by saying, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you, Bill. And I will ask the clerk if he would please take the roll.
Thank you, Madam. Health and Social Service Committee roll call. Legislator Joshua Lafazan is not present tonight. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Filling in for Ranking Member Delia DeRigi-Whitten is Ms. Bino.
Present.
Thank you. Legislator C. William Gaylor III. Present. Legislator Laura Schaefer.
Here.
Legislator James Kennedy.
Here.
Joining us today is Legislator Thomas McKevitt and Chairwoman Rosemary Walker.
Here.
We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you. Right. I would like to first just begin by thanking everyone for being here tonight. It's you know, sometimes during the middle of the week and we have a hearing, there's very, very few people here, but obviously this is very, very important, and I'm very happy to see so many people here in attendance. I'd also like to certainly thank our Social Services Department for being here, and I believe we do have representation from the Health Department also. We have read all the heartbreaking, about the heartbreaking tragedy that occurred in Suffolk County with the death of Thomas Valva, an 8-year-old child who died of hypothermia after being left overnight in a freezing garage by his father and his father's fiancée. Suffolk County is now undertaking a comprehensive review of its Department of Social Services to evaluate the policies, procedures, and resources to avoid tragedies like this from happening again. Before we even knew Suffolk was doing that, we met and we said we need to meet here in our legislature. We need to meet with our department and hear what they have to say, hear that they have everything they need to do the job that they have to do, that lies in front of them. So that is really our purpose here tonight. We will meet with our Social Services Department and know that we have the resources and the support they need to protect all of our children. We have our commissioners, Nancy Nunziata here, and Nancy, I thank you so much, and your workers too. And you will explain your operations, of how your department works, and then answer any questions that we might have or that the public might have. And I'm going to ask Legislator Bino, did you want to say anything, or did you want to say anything quickly?
I'd like to first start out by thanking you, Madam Chairwoman, for convening this very important special legislative hearing as it relates to the unspeakable tragedy of the death of Thomas Valva. We do think it is important that we are here today to make sure that our Nassau County Department of Social Services and also the Department of Health are resourced properly to carry out the important work of protecting the most vulnerable of our Nassau community residents, the children. So without further ado, I'll turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you. And like we said, we're not doing this out of suddenly thinking everything is wrong, but we want to be proactive rather than reactive here in Nassau County. So we are going to begin. I'm just going to let you know that we do have a 3-minute limit on our speakers when it gets to public comment time. Not that you're going to be silenced immediately, but we will ask you after 3 minutes to wrap it up, because we do have a large crowd here tonight and we'd like to have as many people be able to speak as they can. And just before the presentation starts by our commissioner, I'm going to ask if the president of our CSEA, Jerry Laracuda, would please come up and say a few words. Obviously, they will all not be speaking, just Jerry. Thank you, Jerry.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and the Health and Services Committee. I have to tell you, this is probably one of the most anxious and nervous committee hearings that this group and my union has ever attended and spoke at. What I'd like to do for a second here is we have to remember that this is revolving around an 8-year-old boy, an innocent 8-year-old child. I'd like to ask for just a moment of silence, just in respect and in prayer for Thomas Valva before we continue, if that's all right with the chair. Thank you. This is such a difficult, I don't even want to call it an issue. It's part of life here. It's part of life here on Long Island. And this is involving our children. I mean, I raised 3 daughters. I have 8 grandchildren right now, ages 8 months to 9 years old. And I couldn't imagine going through what this family's going through. What I'm here to speak about, though, and you see this great group behind me, these are our DSS, Department of Social Service CPS workers, people that put their entire family, their minds, their lives on the line every day, and their job is to make sure our children are safe. And they really want that done 110% right, not halfway done, okay? So this is not about a political move, or this is about life here and tragedy that happened because something went wrong out in Suffolk. I don't know what, and I'm not going to say what. Let them determine that. But we're trying to say is in Nassau County, we want to be a little perspective about that. We were here in October. These folks here have caseloads that are way above the recommended average. And if you don't think that matters in social services and in CPS, you are sincerely wrong. I just had a chat with a few people, they were filling me in and telling me what goes on. Let's say the average is recommended between 12 and 16 cases each. Most of our CPS workers have over 20, 22, 23. We have a few that are over 30. That's absurd and cannot be allowed. It cannot be accepted because their jobs are to constantly stay in touch with families and children. When they get contacted by an accusation, someone makes a complaint, they have 24 hours. They have 20.
Excuse me, let's let Jerry speak, please.
I'm not going to shut down. Okay, she's right. She's right. She's right. Hang on. She's right. We do have unlimited funds, which brings us to the question of why are we having this conversation?
I'd ask everyone, you are more than welcome. Excuse me.
I'll wait till this is over.
This is the way for the state to make dark money from the federal government that's not...
Excuse me. I'd ask everyone to give everybody else the
We're not
courtesy
even
of
arguing with
speaking.
them. We're agreeing with them.
Please.
No, I mean, we're agreeing with them that 75% of your salaries are paid for. That's what they're saying, I think. All right. Hey, guys, how about you give me a minute? We'll try.
I'm going to...
All right? Give me a minute. It's a shame. Can I just say, can I make one more statement and then I don't want to increase this anymore. But they need to hear this because these people, you see the vitriol that's in this room?
6 decades, I'm tired of you. 6 decades. The Family Court Act was instated in 1962, and they have been abusing families and children since 1962. Family Court was not open by the people.
All right, excuse me. You have to understand that nothing you're shouting out is going on the record. So if you would like to speak, you are more than welcome to, but you fill out a form and you will get to
If you
speak
would just let
like
me speak, you
everyone
might
did.
actually understand what we're not disagreeing with you.
We would like to hear what you have to say, but we're asking you to please follow the protocol of the meeting.
Madam Chair, here's what we're trying to say. There's no reason to have caseloads overloaded when 75% of their salaries are subsidized by the federal and state government. Our children are too important to overlook this. Our commissioner, our new commissioner, is very, very helpful at this, and she cares. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm only agreeing with the fact that 75% of our workers' pay is subsidized. We should have more, a lot more. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. We're gonna shut it down. Obviously, this is not. They're not going to let anybody speak. So, and that's no way to show respect to the families that have gone through this tragedy either. I don't believe that's respect. We want to, unbelievable. We want to respect the children. We want to respect the families. But we represent the people that are doing their best. You cannot do a job if you're 50% 50% staff. You cannot do it. Right, okay. So the bottom line is, look, help us get the staffing up so we don't have this tragedy in Nassau County, please. We do not want to ever see any tragedy like this in Nassau County. These CPS workers behind us, they work hard, they dedicate their lives to this, and they're losing sleep, and they're having therapeutic sessions because of what happened to little Thomas, and they don't want this to happen in Nassau. So please give us the staffing that we need. And Commissioner Nunziata, thank you for everything you've been doing. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Right. Excuse me, I'm going to ask you one more time to please sit so now we can have the presentation by our Department of Social Services. I ask you kindly to please not disrupt. There are many people in this room that would like to get up and speak, and it's very difficult for us to move forward. I don't want to have to put this in recess because you're shouting over everyone. So I'm going to ask you kindly to please follow the rules that everyone else seems to be following, all right? And I'm going to ask now for our commissioner to please give a presentation. And Jerry, thank you, and I apologize that you had to be disrupted so many times. And I thank all the members who are here with you. Thank you. Are you ready, Nancy? Thank you. And-
Test, test. Okay, it's already on. You can just speak into it. I'll bring another one over.
This is on? Okay. I think we're ready. All
Okay,
right.
thank you, Commissioner.
Good evening, Chairwoman Walker, Legislator Kennedy, members of the Health and Social Services Committee, as well as Legislator Bino. I appreciate you having me here to discuss the child welfare services in Nassau County. It's my hope that at the end of this presentation, you will have a clear picture of the scope of the program in Nassau County, the systemic response we have in place to address this very important issue, and the ways in which you can assist us moving forward. Before I begin my presentation, I'd like to introduce you to three key managers who are responsible for the child welfare services in the county. Sitting at the end here is Maria Loria. Maria was recently promoted to Social Service Program Coordinator. In this new capacity, Maria will oversee all child welfare programs, including child protective services, foster care and adoption, and preventive services. Maria is also the architect of the blind removal system, which has been recognized nationally and has now been adopted statewide. Maria has been with the department over 30 years. Jeanette Feingold, to my left, is the Director of Child Protective Services, and she has been overseeing this department for the past 9 years. To my far right at the end is Terry McGinnis. Terry is the Director of Preventive Services and CPS ongoing programs. She's been supervising that unit for 4 years. And to my immediate right is Rudy Carminati, who is the Deputy County Attorney for the Department of Social Services. He has been with the department for 9 years. All of them will be available to answer questions as they come up today. So we come here this evening with a very heavy heart over the events that have unfolded in Suffolk County with the untimely death of 8-year-old Thomas Valva. As you know, the investigation is ongoing, and therefore we cannot comment about that case. We're here to answer questions about Nassau County's Child Protective Services. Each day, our CPS staff are charged with investigating reports of alleged abuse and neglect in the county. In 2019, we received an average of 680 reports per month of alleged abuse and neglect. The work is fast-paced, is very stressful, and the stakes are very high. However, we are very fortunate in that we have a department that is well-trained and dedicated and who work tirelessly to ensure that Nassau County's children are protected. With that, what I'd like to do is get into the PowerPoint presentation. If you can do the first slide. So the first slide is to give you some basic demographics. Is it up on the screen? You can see it? Okay, great. So nationally, the picture is not a good one. Throughout the United States during FY 2018, there were 4.3 million referrals to Child Protective Service agencies throughout the country. that involved approximately 7.8 million children. In New York State, in 2018, there were 165,943 reports of child abuse and neglect, which represented 37.5 children out of every 1,000 children were the subject of a potential abuse and neglect report. Where the cases were indicated, 30.7 per 1,000 children in New York were victims of potential child abuse and neglect. Here in Nassau County, we fall below the statewide average. In 2018, we had 6,370 reported allegations of abuse and neglect, which equates to a rate of 21.1 children for every 1,000 children in Nassau County. And these would be confirmed cases where children were victims of abuse and neglect. So what we know, just from looking at these numbers, is that this issue is clearly a national problem. We know it's a state problem, and what we know is that right now we take some solace, but certainly not much, in knowing that our numbers at least fall well below the statewide averages. So I want to talk a little bit about the structure in our CPS department. Currently, we have approximately 65 staff, and we are bringing on more over the next, hopefully, couple of weeks, if not months. We have 4 units. Each unit is headed by no, we actually have more than 4 units. We have 4 assistant directors. Those are those K-SUPs 3, and they oversee a variety of staff in their unit. And what you'll see is that the staff are pretty evenly spread out across the departments. The division, as I said, is headed by Jeanette Feingold, and she'll be speaking in a little while. But that's how we have structured the department. We are bringing on 11 additional caseworkers. So eventually, if I were to do this organizational chart somewhere down next couple of weeks, a month, we would probably have 6 different units. So we're definitely expanding the staff there. And, you know, I want to talk about the issue and what we do, but it's really important. You know, Jerry alluded to the staff that work there, and I have to tell you it's a very, very special group. Our staff our child protective staff are probably one of the most dedicated group of people you will meet. Many of them have been working for the department for many years. They have dedicated themselves to trying to meet the needs of the families and children. They are very thoughtful when it comes to confidentiality, to handling matters that are very, very delicate, and these are very delicate matters that they deal with. And they're also very diverse, and they're very representative of the communities that in Nassau County that we work with. We have a couple of superstars among our staff. In 2019.
Excuse me, I said it before. You are welcome to speak. You are not to shout out, or you're going to have to make us stop this hearing. It's not your turn to speak, and you are welcome to speak when it's your turn, but someone else is speaking, and give them the courtesy of listening. I am going to ask again. I think you are being very respectful to many, many people in this room who want to continue the hearing. And all right, Well, that's fine, but as I stated before, we will be having public comment after our presentation. But right now, it is our commissioner's turn to speak, and I would, again, respectfully ask you to sit down and to stop shouting out and let our commissioner and her staff finish the presentation.
Thank you. On the next slide, what we tried to do is show the types of cases that we've received over the past 3 years. And if you look at those pie charts, what it shows is that our numbers have remained fairly stable. The largest percentage of reported cases, reported allegations that we get are in the area of child neglect and child maltreatment. Now, New York State Office of Children and Family Services defines child maltreatment, child neglect, as refers to the quality of care that a child is given from those that are responsible for that child. Things like lack of food, lack of clothing, lack of shelter, lack of medical care would all fall within that category. So if you take a look, more than 85% of our cases that have come into the county over the past 3 years have been reports of potential lack of food, clothing, shelter, medical care, educational neglect, things like that. Our cases of severe physical abuse or sexual abuse, though significant, do not represent the majority of our cases. So we'll go to the next one. Now, in terms of the next slide, takes a look at some of the caseload ratios. And the first box takes a look at the ratios, case ratios for child protective service workers. Now, the numbers, right now, we took a snapshot. So understand that the numbers that you're looking at are a snapshot in time. So there were, as of the beginning of this week, there were 1,086 active cases. These are cases that are open and that are undergoing investigation. We have currently 65 workers, and for an average of 16.7 cases. Now we are adding additional workers because we were just, we did receive approval for an 11 additional caseworkers. So it's my hope that that ratio goes down. Now, mind you, that the number that we are presenting takes into account the entire CPS department. It's not just a portion of CPS, so it's not just an investigative unit or the investigative units. It's the entire department, including all staff who work in CPS. The second box speaks to the Child Protective Services ongoing. These are cases where there has been an indication of abuse and neglect, and these families are working with us to try to, where we're working with them, I should say, to try to strengthen that family. We follow a number of these cases. Currently, we have about 173 active cases in that unit. We have 18 caseworkers, and they carry 9.6 cases apiece. And then I thought that I would just also show you the foster care number. Foster care number is not based on cases. It's based on individual children. So currently we have 165 children in our custody in our foster care system. We have 20 caseworkers assigned to those children for a ratio of 8.25 cases per worker. One of the things, there is a recommended, and you may have heard this, there's a recommended caseload ratio for CPS workers, and that's somewhere between 12 and 15 cases. That is a state recommendation, though you must know it's not a state mandate. So we are in striking distance of that. we are hoping that as we continue to bring on additional staff, that we will be able to lower those numbers. The other thing that when you look at the caseload ratio numbers that we all have to understand is that there's a real ebb and flow to these numbers. Depending upon the month, depending upon the week, the caseload could be higher or lower, depending on the amount of reports that we're getting in. Also depending on the severity of the case. Sometimes we are definitely going to have workers that have more cases than others. It may be because a particular worker has a certain skill set that we feel is better matched with a case that we have received. So the numbers, will change, and the case ratios will change depending upon the amount of cases that we're taking in, the amount of calls, and the amount of cases that we're actively investigating. The bottom line is we have to investigate every single case that comes through. So there's no case, and we get all of our cases through the state registry, and when I get to it, maybe the next slide, Jeanette will walk you through the process. But for every case that comes through the state registry to us, that case must be investigated. And there are various timelines where we need to complete that investigation. So since I've been on board, which has been 90 days, I think it was just 90 days, staffing has been one of my priorities. And I'm pleased to say that while we've not made all the progress that we'd want to make, we are definitely making progress. And I've certainly got commitments from our fiscal folks that as we need additional people, they're at the ready to assist us. So let's go to the next one. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Jeanette right now, and Jeanette will walk you through the process and really try to help explain what happens from the time that we get a case through making some kind of a determination.
Thank you. Could you hear me? Okay. So the only way we can start an investigation is when a report comes in through the state central registry, not a phone call to our local Department of Social Services, but through the state central registry, whereby a call has to get called in through the 1-800 number through Albany. And that can happen either through a mandated reporter or through a person making a report to the state central registry. So when somebody makes a report, a suspected allegation of neglect or abuse, a reporter at the state takes that report. They take that information, the demographics of the subject, the children involved, their date of birth, the address, the allegations of that information. They take that information and they send it back to Nassau County, because we're just talking about Nassau County right now, where the children live. Our registry unit in Nassau County take that information and they verify that the children live in Nassau. And once our registry unit take that information, they send it to one of our investigative units. Now, I will like to share that we are open 24 hours a day, so we operate, just like I said, 24 hours a day. So we can take our report at 3 o'clock in the morning, so we are on call, just like that. So when we take our report can be dispatched into one of our different units. And so I will explain how the process goes. It can start off and it can go into one of our straight investigative units, depending upon the allegations at hand. If it's just regarding, it could go into, if it's one of our specialty units, meaning if it's physical abuse with a child under the age of 13, it could be fractures, burns, a fatality. It would go into our severe physical abuse unit, which is housed out of Bethpage and works with our special victims, the police. So that would be one of our units. If it's sexual abuse for an adult perpetuating sexual abuse with a child, it would go still in out of Bethpage with our sexual abuse team also working with the police. If it's a court-ordered investigation where that can only be handled with a sitting family court judge would order a court-ordered investigation that would come through the court, that would go to a special court-ordered unit where they would call in the case, and we would do a special report. It's an investigation. Or when a case comes in during the night or a follow-up through during the day, our night staff or emergency staff would handle that case. That unit does not carry a caseload, but handles cases for follow-up during the evenings and at night and on the weekends. We also have a family assessment unit. That's a non-traditional approach to investigations, and that is where a family assessment response, where it's an engagement approach to investigations. Those are our different approaches to investigations. Our other investigation unit is where it's not a specialty unit, but we have 8 additional investigation units that handle our investigations that come in. And once we get a report for investigation, we have 24 hours to begin our investigation. And our investigation begins with either a source contact or a face-to-face investigation. And once we have that beginning our 24-hour contact, that's where we have to assess the safety of the child. And that's where we begin our investigation. And that determines the imminency of the child and the children at home, to assess the safety of the children, to make sure that there's no imminent danger. And we go out and assess their safety and make sure that there's no harm to the children, that the children can, in fact, remain in the home. Excuse me. If need be, we assess if we have to do a safety plan for the children, if we have to provide interventions in the home, if we have to provide some referrals, some resources, and we continue to go out to the home continuously to make collateral contacts, to make visits, to interview everybody in the home, to interview school personnel, to interview medical providers, mental health providers, whoever is involved with the family, to interview neighbors, to interview whoever is involved with the family. Sometimes we need to make referrals and to make other provisions that are needed for the family at large. We need to make a 7-day safety assessment for the family. I'm thirsty. Excuse me. And at that 7-day safety assessment, we need to document what was done and if the family is at any risk. Now, might I add, through the investigation, we need to continue to assess the safety of the family and document it. We continue through progress notes and continue. And if at any time we feel there is at any risk, we need to, if need be, go to court and file petitions. And if we have to, we might have to do a removal. But that is not our goal. Our goal is to try at all times to keep the family together and to meet with family and to offer any kind of resources, because we always believe that we look for the strength in the family and to work with the family and to utilize the skills necessary that the family does in fact have. And what we do know is that all families do have strengths and skills, and we utilize that. And on the outset, we have 60 days to make a determination in any given case. And so that's what we go on the outset of. And as I stated, we go through, and for our investigation, we have to go through, we work with the kids, we interview every child, we interview every parent, we interview people that aren't in the home, and we continue forth with our investigation. Let me see what else. If in fact we believe the workers feel that we do have to have a removal, we go forth and we have what's called our blind removal, because no worker should have to feel that they have to make a decision on their own. We bring forth a team, and in our team it's met with administrators, with the Director of Children's Services, Preventive Services, Ongoing, our legal team, and we all meet together
and discuss the case and offer services if need to be offered, or if we need to have a removal. We bring forth that information, and then we go forth and present that, and we present that to the court, because the court is the one that makes the ultimate decision of whether or not a removal will be upheld, because it's the judges that make that ultimate final decision. Or if, in fact, we can provide the resources that are necessary to keep that family intact. Within our 60 days, we have to make a determination for the case, and our case can go in a variety of ways. We can make a determination where the case would be unfounded, where that there would be no credible evidence to substantiate the case. Our case could be indicated and closed, meaning that there would be some credible evidence to indicate the case, but we're closing the case because the family was able to follow through with us and follow our recommendations, so we're able to close the case. Our case could be indicated and open, and we're opening the case because the family was not able to work with us, and we have to go to family court and file a neglect petition. So we have to take that route because we need the arm of the court, or we have to indicate the case and open it, and we're placing the children in foster care. And sometimes we just have to indicate and open and use our resources and refer the children to preventive services, or we open the case to PINS because families need PINS diversion services. I think that might cover our investigation area.
Okay, just to, next slide. Just want to give you an idea of the budget and as it relates to our child welfare services. So the Department of Social Services, as you'll see in this current slide, represents about 22% of the general fund budget. The next chart shows you that the services portion of the general fund budget, the personnel costs, are about 48%. So again, that includes the Child Protective Services unit. The next slide breaks out the budget, the current operating budget by category, the NIFA approved budget that we have. And I want to point you toward the authorized head count. So we have an authorized head count for the department of 576 employees. We currently have 545 on board. We are bringing another 18 on board, and of those 18, 11 are casework staff going to CPS. So currently we're 94% filled in terms of the authorized positions. 94% of those positions are filled, and 3% remain vacant, and we are actively canvassing. We do have civil service lists already for caseworkers, so we're in the process of canvassing that list so that we can get these folks on board. Now, it does take a little bit of time because there is extensive training that CPS staff have to go through before they can actually begin working on cases, and I believe that's a 7-week process, and it is a state-required training. So onboarding people does take some time. Right, and we also, in addition to what the state provides, we also do a tremendous amount of supplementary training at the department for folks that are going into this unit. It's a highly specialized unit, and we certainly want our best trained folks there. So I think that is it for my presentation, and certainly if you have questions or want to table them, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm just going to start, and then we'll all be asking questions. And Legislator Muscarella has joined us also. I know you're new to the department, and you're new to Nassau County government. Have you had the opportunity to conduct a review of the policies, the procedures, and the resources within CPS?
Well, We haven't done, I can't say that we've done a formal review, but certainly we have been looking at, I've been looking at every single department, and certainly CPS is one of the, on my list, it's at the top of my list. We've definitely been talking about the staffing from the minute I walked in to the position. Jeanette was extremely vocal in letting me know that we needed some additional staff. And so fortunately, I have been lobbying and talking to every single person I can speak to, and we did get approval on those 11 staff, and I'm hoping to get some additional. So that is probably our biggest resource that we have needed, is actually the staffing. Like I said, many of our staff that we have on board have been doing this work for a while, so we have a pretty good, skilled group of workers out there.
Okay, now, I know you said you have now a staff of 65 caseworkers, correct?
65 really workers in CPS workers. Some of them are caseworkers, some of them have other titles.
Okay, so how many of that staff would you say are actually caseworkers? Caseworkers that have a caseload?
Every single one of them? Okay, so every single one of them are. Plus, we have the assistant directors, and we have supervisors.
So all 65 of those are caseworkers. They have a caseload of
Yeah, they're field workers.
now, what is the difference between a field worker and a caseworker?
It's the same thing.
Jeanette, why don't you answer?
Yes, those are field workers. Those are 65 field workers.
So each one of those has a caseload. Every one of those 65 workers has a caseload.
Yes.
So that caseload of what did we say, we had 1,086, that is divided, basically equally, maybe someone has.
Well, that's an average. Those 65 caseworkers, when you say 16.7, that 1,086 is averaged out over 65 caseworkers. So,
somebody could have 18 and somebody
Correct.
could have
Correct.
15 or whatever.
correct.
Do any of our caseworkers have a larger number? You know,
Yes.
not even close to
Yes.
16 or 18?
Yes.
Okay, and what might that number be?
Some might have 30.
Well, why if we basically try to even it out, why would some have 30?
How could I explain it?
I mean, it just concerns me. It's hard enough to have the smaller caseload and really devote and I'm not saying any of them doing something wrong, but someone that has a caseload of 30 is a lot different than that's almost double the amount of what somebody else might have.
Okay.
Well, sometimes what has happened, at least, and again, this has been since I've been observing the department, we have lost a number of people, and when you lose people, it takes a while to bring people on. Those cases have to go somewhere, and
Right,
oftentimes then those cases go to the folks that are on staff. Again, it may not be the best system, but we have to manage the caseload. Whether staff are coming or going or retiring, we still have to manage the caseload
Right,
as it goes.
so then, are we really talking about 65 caseworkers, or there times there's only 40 caseworkers, or there's 30-something caseworkers?
There could be different, depending on the point in time. Again, the numbers could be different. But our caseload, there's, without a doubt, some folks have larger caseloads than other. What the hope is that as we bring additional people on, we want to try to get the caseload down for everyone to what the recommended standard is.
Right, and
It's
I would-
not, right, so that's what we're working on.
I would
And
hope that we would do that, but I'm not really quite grasping we have 65 caseworkers, you're saying. We
Right
have
now,
65
yes, we do.
caseworkers, yet some have 30, a caseload of 30, some have a lot less, and those numbers fluctuate. I mean, see, how do we some days have 65 and other days we have 40 or?
Well, you don't have that, okay. You don't have that drastic drop, 65 to 40, number one. You might have 65 to 63. You have a drop because you have people who are out on maternity leave. You have a drop because people who are out on medical leave. That's why you have a drop.
All right, so right now, do we have that drop? Do we have, like, I really want to know how many
You have a drop
actual
between
casework-
65 to 62. That's what you have a drop on. When you count that, you have a drop because you count how many vacant lines you have because lines that can't be filled. That's what you have a count. That's where you have your count. You have a drop when you ask, how come a worker has 30 cases and a worker has 15? You have a drop, the variation in caseloads, because you have workers that have different skill sets is one reason why there's a variation in caseloads. We try to manage out the caseloads. Cases are given out on a rotating basis. You have to be fair in how a worker gets a case. A worker gets given a case, and when you get a case is given out on a rotating basis within a unit so that it's fair for every worker to get a case. And that's how a case is given out. So a supervisor manages a worker and how they do a case. They work with their worker in doing a case. Some workers have a greater skill set, and a supervisor works with that worker in handling their case. Some workers are much more proficient, and we work with those workers in trying to get down their cases. And that's where we have some problem. We don't have 50 workers that have 30 cases. We don't have that. We have a couple workers that have high caseloads, and we are working with those workers to get those cases down.
And I hear what you're saying. You know, my major concern is that if we are lacking the number of people that we need. Now, I know you said we're hiring 11 more.
Yes, we
and
are.
it'll take time for those 11 members to get trained and so on and so forth. But if we need to be hiring 30 more or 40 more, well, that's what we need to be looking at, all right? Because when it comes to our children and the safety of our children and the safety of these families, we need to know that we have enough. We need to know that you have enough. And again, this isn't putting you on the spot. If you need more, we need to hear that you need more.
So let me tell you what we did. We have approval for 11, and just last week or 2 weeks ago, I can't remember, I put in for another 20. So it is ongoing. We are putting in the requests. And I have a commitment that as we need the resources, we will get them. So we have 11 approved. We have another 20 that just went in, requests for 20 additional.
This is a continuing process is what we need. We need a continuing training group that goes one after another after another. It's not a process where you hire 30 and then you just stop.
No, and I get that.
Okay, so it takes a while to train people, going up to Rensselaer to train people, and we continue with this process. It takes a good 3 years to make a caseworker. This is a very, very difficult job to be a caseworker. It takes a lot. There's a lot of emotions involved. What our workers do, what our workers do to go out there, the families that we service, we don't want to take these children. We want to build these families. We want to keep our children together. We're not there to rip families apart. We want to build these families. We want to support them. We want to keep them together. That's our job. We have families too. That's not what we want to do. But we can only do that with the resources that we have. We're people, we're human, but we need resources out there, and we need to continue to do that.
Right, and Jeanette, I'm not questioning your, I mean, I think you all give 100%, and the care and the love that you have, you want to do right, as do we, and we want to make sure that you have every single thing possible that you need. Again, we're not, I don't want you to think we're questioning or we're saying like, oh, you're not doing. If you need more to do what you have to do, we have to know that. We have to know that to be able to give you more, to do everything we can to ensure the safety of these young children and these families.
Well,
And so that's where we are.
Well, I think
mean,
I speak for everyone at this table in saying thank you for that support, because we need the support. We need the additional staffing. We need all of you to support us in that effort. So thank you.
Okay, I mean, I do have more, but I know there's a lot of us here. I'm going to let some of others ask some questions. Anybody want to go first? Legislator Schaefer, do you?
Okay, in this moment, I just have one topic I want to cover. So, you mentioned this word, I think maybe once. I've certainly read about it quite a bit over the last couple of weeks. Unfounded. What are some, because this sounds like a word that's, placed on a lot of situations and nothing is then done to help that child. That's what we're reading, that's what we're hearing, that's what we're seeing. So I want to know what kind of scenario, ends up in an unfound, like, to me, I'm wondering that there's not, your hands aren't tied by certain laws or things like that, that you can't move further in a situation to take another step to help a child. What would be an unfounded scenario? When would there be an instance when you wouldn't be able to move forward because of a law? Because these are the things that we want to change in addition to getting you help.
Yeah, probably Jeanette will be able to give you an example, but what I can tell you is that the difference between an indicated case and an unfounded case is credible evidence.
What's credible evidence for you?
Credible evidence. We have to be able to show pictures and documents and all of that to try to get a case indicated. And sometimes we will go out on a case, and we may find that people, call in these cases for many, many different reasons.
I'm sure.
And so sometimes we may get a case that says there is no food in the house, okay, and that the children come to school hungry. So obviously we have to do an investigation. We may go to the house and find that there's food in that refrigerator, but we may go to the school and they may say the kid is always hungry. So then we have to continue to dig a little deeper to find out what is happening there. So then we have to widen the investigation. So we don't go and make a determination. As Jeanette said, we have 60 days. Once we have determined that the child's not at imminent risk, we have 60 days to decide. But we have to, our job is to produce for the courts credible evidence, and then they decide what's credible.
Now, after you have a situation like that, after you get, say, a phone call about something like that example, how long before you're going to the house to check on that?
We have to go out in 24 hours on every call.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So then I would assume you're interviewing a teacher at school as well to find out where they're coming from, because they're making allegations of the child
Absolutely.
coming
We're
to school
interviewing.
starving.
Yep, we're interviewing everybody to make a determination as to what we're told by perhaps the parents and what is being told by the school or anyone else. We interview neighbors. We interview anybody that we need to speak to.
So I know this is kind of a broad question, but where do you think a lot of the disconnect is? Where is it? Where is there a disconnect that is resulting in situations like, God help us, this? We don't, I'm sure this is not the first time something like this has happened. I know it isn't. This is the one that's in the news right now, and it's
Yeah.
this should never happen.
Yeah, you know, it's really hard for me to comment on that because every situation is very different and it's very unique. So even a report of there's no food in the home, that kind of a report could look different depending upon the family and depending upon what is going on. So I can't say with 100% certainty where the gaps are. What I can say is that what we do is gather the information. And if we have to go to court with it, we give the court the information. They then make determinations and they make recommendations.
If you go to court with credible evidence, how often do you find that the court ends up, what do? Do they end up mandating that you remove the child? Does it happen often? Does it not? How?
Not always does the court agree with us. And so,
Even with credible evidence, what you're
Right.
supposed to be producing.
absolutely. And so when the court doesn't agree with us, they will order the child returned either home or with another party, and will order us, the department, to do A, B, C, and D, and we will have to do that. And that's what we have to do. And we might not agree with it, and we might appeal, which we have appealed in the past, but we have to follow the court's directive. And we've done that in the past. And what everybody should know is that we also have certain mandates that we have to follow by OCFS, and because they are our governing body. And what people do not understand is that we cannot make any type of judgments, is that the law is, it's a minimum degree of care of what the parent provides. So we might not like the way a parent parents a child or cares for a child, but it's a minimum degree of care. So as long as they are providing shelter, food, clothing, education, and housing, then it's okay. As long as they are meeting that minimum degree of care, they're meeting the standard. And so,
You know, one of the other things that I want to mention to you is that in light of recent events, I've been asked to put together a child welfare panel. So what we're doing is we have a couple of leaders in the child welfare community here in Nassau County that will be working with me to take a look at our system, take a look at the system, see if there are any service gaps, see where we can make changes, make improvements, et cetera. So I have some of the names. I can't announce them yet,
Okay.
but you will be hearing about that shortly.
And whereabouts are the people going to be from? Are they from different?
Actually, they're from the provider community,
Okay.
people that, other organizations that have been doing this work for quite some time. Excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeanette, could I just ask you too, I know you said that like a name is given to the state and then the state sees with the county and then you are notified. Is that the only way, like, I mean, if somebody calls the Department of Social Services and says, you know, if I picked up the phone and said, you know, my neighbor, the situation at my neighbor's house is really bad or whatever, I mean, do you say to me like, oh, you have to call this number in the state? I mean, or can you just address it immediately?
we can, okay. The law is that we cannot go out and do an investigation without a report coming in to the state central registry. So we would discuss it with you. We would tell you that a report has to be made to the state central registry. So we would go over that with you. We would give you the number to the state central registry and tell you that a report has to be made. Now, there are times, because we have our registry unit that talks to people, and because we're also an educational unit, our registry unit, so we speak to the public and help them. And also as a social services area, due to a new law, we do If someone leaves a message on a machine, we can't just ignore that message. So we then take that information and make the report to the State Central Registry. But we cannot just go out.
You
And-
have to go through the state. You either
Correct.
have to call
That
or
is
they
the
have to
only
call.
way, that is the only way that we can go out. A report has to come through the State Central Registry. That's the law. Even the police can't call us and say, oh, I have this person, yada, yada, yada. I tell the police, you have to call the State Central Registry. First of all, the police are a mandated reporter, so they should know better, but they have to make a report.
And just a reminder, it's New York State OCFS, right, Office of Children and Family Services, that really sets all these mandates. We are kind of a branch of them. They monitor everything we do, and we're answerable to them. So the process that Jeanette just laid out is their process that we must follow. We are mandated to follow.
Legislator Kennedy?
Thank you, Legislator Walker. Hi. Hi. How you doing? Question just popped in my head based on what was just said. The challenges that you're faced with, do you feel that your mission is hindered by existing law or by policy? Are there other things that you see as getting in the way, so to speak?
No, I don't think there's anything that I've seen on a local level that would get in the way. I think that, the state, remember, we have to essentially follow what they tell us when it comes to Child Protective Services. So if there are any changes that are made in policy and procedure, it's generated from New York State OCFS. That's the way that it works.
Right, from the state.
Yeah.
Okay. I was also wondering, do we have, or I should say, how many caseworkers are in the county's employ who are trained to work with children who may not be able to communicate, such as children with autism, other disabilities?
I don't know the exact number, but I can definitely get back to you, and I will get back to you in writing.
Okay. Great, thank you. Also was wondering, what kind of experience do some of the caseworkers have who they were mentioned that some caseworkers have as many as 30 cases. I'm just curious as to what additional experience do caseworkers have that would get them to accumulate that many cases, and what is it that maybe some caseworkers might be missing and might need as far as training is concerned to put them in a position where they could handle more caseload?
The staff could vary in terms of, first of all, educational levels and experience levels. And what we do, again, regardless of where they are, and in any, in any department, you're going to have folks that have been with the department for many years and have been doing CPS work for a long time, and then others that are new to the department. So our job really is to keep training people so that we can make sure that at some point everybody reaches a certain level of, competency and comfortability with the work. The work in CPS is probably among one of the most difficult departments to work in, just like our APS unit. These are folks that could be, that are at high risk, our children and our older adults. So the training becomes very, very important, and we have a pretty robust training program.
Great. One other question. So as far as when caseworkers visit homes, I was just wondering, what is the protocol, speaking with the children, speaking with neighbors, teachers?
What is the protocol? Well, first of all, when we get a case, our caseworkers go out unannounced. So they have training in interviewing skills to interview with the children. So they try, and it depends upon the allegations, because at times they might interview, depending upon the allegations, to interview the children at school. because you want to interview the children in a safe setting and sometimes away from the parents. And even when they interview the children at home, you want to interview them away from the parents so they feel comfortable in speaking with regard to the allegations. So they review the allegations with the children and the parents, separately. They interview them separately. They don't interview them together. And they review the allegations. And so they ask them. They read the allegations to them. Line by line, they read the allegation, and they review it, and they ask them exactly what happened. And so they go over it, both with parent and with children. So that's a traditional investigation for CPS. For FAR, for the family assessment response, because if you recall, I said there were traditional investigation and FAR. The difference with FAR, because CPS is involuntary and FAR is a voluntary approach, FAR is a family approach, and that's an engagement approach where it's you're not addressing allegation, you're addressing the fact that there is a concern. There's a concern about, so how can we identify the concern and help find a resolution to it? So there's two different approaches, and FAR started in 2012. So our FAR approach started in 2012. So that's the difference.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have right now.
When you, I know you said there are, you have scheduled and unscheduled, and especially when it comes time for investigation. But on a regular basis, do the caseworkers go out, announce, excuse me, please, do the caseworkers go out announced or unannounced? I mean, if I know I'm having company at my house, I make sure I clean my house, everything looks nice, you have everything you need, do you make unscheduled visits? Now, this is when you have a case established, how often do you go? Do you go all different times of the day? Do you go in the evenings, earlier in the mornings?
For investigations, when we get a case, it's unannounced, and we go at all different times. And the reason is because you have allegations, and so the whole point of the allegations is because you have to see what the allegations are, and you want to see if, in fact, they're true or not true. And so some of the allegations could be that the house is filthy, there's dirty dishes all over the place, the clothes are all up, there's drugs all over the place. And so if you're making an appointment, then the place could be sparkling clean, and you're not going to be able to see if any of that is true. So we go unannounced. Further along down the case, it could be that we make appointments. But for initial investigations, that's how we do it. That's the protocol.
You don't think that would be beneficial to continue to do throughout? Throughout, like if you have a case that you go at all different times and unannounced?
That's what we do, unannounced. And it depends upon the circumstances. I mean, when we can't catch up with somebody, eventually we make appointments, but during the night and on weekends, that's what we do. That's what we have to do.
And if I could just add, in the time that the case is active with us, that first 24 hours, 7 days, 60 days, we are constantly monitoring that situation. If there are any changes or anything that we perceive that begins to be problematic, then of course we may not keep appointments and we may just show up unannounced. So again, we can't, it depends on the circumstances, but know that we are monitoring those cases at all times.
But also let me say is that this is very quick-paced investigations. Cases come in, they're coming in and in and in. So we don't have time to sit there and make appointments. The workers are in the field and they're getting another case. So they're running from one case to the next case to the next case. So they can't sit there and make appointments. So that's what they're doing. I mean, on occasion an appointment is made. If there's an appointment at a school, something like that, a school meeting or a meeting at a counseling agency, something like that. But they're running from one case to the next during investigations. It's different in a preventive program or an ongoing, where in its established caseload where they have something like that. So it's a little different.
Legislator Gaylor?
Thank you very much. A couple quick questions, and welcome to Nassau County, by the way,
Thank you very much.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
And you come at a great time because it's a time where a new set of eyes can look at a system that may be overburdened. I don't know, maybe not. I'm most concerned, though, by what I heard as far as your testimony concerning it's not the best system. It's what you hope for is to try to get numbers down. But what exactly is your plan? And you should have a plan, I would think, a very detailed plan on how to reduce the case workload for somebody who has 30 versus somebody who has 10 cases. All right, to me it seems very easy. You just take a case away from somebody and give it to somebody else. And you keep doing that until you average it out to what you think is appropriate, 12 to 15. Because somebody with 30 cases, even if they have more experience or more training or more seniority, in my opinion, would seem to be overworked, overburdened, and then maybe not able to do as a thorough job as they would like to do, because they've got to be running from one call to the next when they're getting it in the car and moving, and there's 8 hours in a day, and that's where I have some concern. And so I would like to hear your thoughts on what specifically is the plan to bring that average number down to prevent somebody from having 30.
So last week I met with all of the CPS staff, and one of the things that they brought up was exactly that issue, which is they need help. They're happy to hear about the 11 staff that have been approved, but that they need help. So one of the things that I'm in the process of doing is taking a look at, within the child welfare unit and that unit, where we could maybe move some cases. They really need help in the field because there's a lot of time spent, when you've got to go out there and make those assessments. So I am, actively working on seeing where we can move some of those cases to perhaps folks that work in child welfare services but don't have the extensive field work. So I'm looking at that right now. The overall plan, obviously, is to continue to increase the staff and really do a rolling training. As I said to you, I already put in for another 20 positions because we lose people all the time. We lose people, because of salaries, or we have a fair number of people that retire, or somebody gets sick. I mean, those are things that we can't predict, but we need to plan for.
So approximately, if you know, and you may not, how many caseworkers have 30 or more cases currently?
I don't know the number offhand, but I can get back to you for sure on that.
Do you think it's a dozen?
No, no, it's a small number.
So on one hand?
I think so.
Okay, all right. And do we provide some additional oversight, supervisory oversight to somebody with 30 cases?
Yes.
I'll let Jeanette answer that since she does that. Yep.
Yes, we do.
Okay, and how does that, and how? In what capacity?
In what capacity? Oh, let me see. Well, they are monitored quite closely. They are, you don't want to know. Okay, they are sat with. Their cases are reviewed. They are detailed on daily what they should be doing with their cases, on what they should be handing in on a daily basis, what cases they should be going out with. So they're really handled with kid gloves on what they should be doing.
Okay, all right. So I guess you have, as you've indicated, you report to the state, basically, OCFS. Do you provide a monthly, a weekly, a daily report on the activity?
No, they actually gather our numbers as we, enter into the case record system and all. They collect data and statistics. They issue reports
So do
that we
you
monitor.
don't produce a report yourself?
For them,
Yeah, for anybody.
not for OCFS to my knowledge, but we receive plenty of reports from them. Yeah, they collect our numbers because we use their system. And then when we get those numbers, if they give them to us, however, monthly or quarterly, then I would be reviewing them with Jeanette and now Maria.
All right, all right. Thank you.
Legislator Bino?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good evening, Commissioner, and those accompanying. I just have a couple of questions. In the interest of trying to make sure that the public has an opportunity to ask questions, I will be... Okay, but the more you call out, the more time it's going to take me to get through my questions. So I want to talk a little bit about the training experience, okay? You have 11 positions that were previously approved. You requested an additional 20, is that correct?
Correct.
And so that's 31 workers. And so explain to me what a training process looks like in terms of the time that someone is hired to the time in which they will actually be able to manage cases. What is the training period?
Okay. I'm going to, again, refer to Jeanette because she, has
fine.
these folks and puts them right through it. So if you
Thank
could
you.
just tell them, Rensselaer.
Okay. So it happens once they start, like we said, it's a 7-week core program up in Rensselaer. But when they first start with us, and they start with, it's a CBT training. They start on the computer, so they get a little familiarized with that. They go up to Rensselaer. When I say 7 weeks, they go 3 days here, then they're with us, so they take some training in our agency, 3 days up in Rensselaer. But then when they're with our agency, they do some in-classroom training, they do some on-computer training, and they shadow some of our workers in the field. And they are sitting with our staff. They are reading case records. They're coming into removal meetings with us. They're sitting in case of the week. So they're following us around. But the mere part is that they're going with our staff, shadowing. So they're not doing anything, but they're shadowing. So they're getting the experience, not only with CPS, but with foster care and preventive services. So they're doing that. They're doing that for the first 7 weeks. So they're getting the full flavor of that. Then infused with that, they get domestic violence training, they get opioid training, they get substance abuse, they go to the SAFE Center, so they also go for with sex abuse, they go with physical abuse. I don't know if you can hear me because of that, but they get all of that training, so they get the full flavor on it. And not till about 4 months into that, then we give them one case. But the one case that they have, they work with a caseworker, so they go out and they do the interview. So when they do the interview with the caseworker, they do the interview as well as the caseworker does the interview. So they each write up a progress note, and they're with a training supervisor. So not only are they with the training supervisor, but they're with the supervisor from staff development. So they have a dual person doing it. So they're with a group of people amongst their peers as well. So they do that. And although they're done with, after the 7 weeks, although I say 7 weeks, it's really 14 weeks because of the 3 days on and the 2 days off. So they do that. And with us, it turns out to be 9 months with Nassau for training.
Thank you. Thank you for that thorough answer. One other question is, we know that OCFS would state that you should have no more than 12 to 15 cases. Is there a professional standard that might differ from that?
No, they recommended 12 to 15 cases. As far as we know, there is no state mandate. All the state regs say is sufficient number of staff. They don't specify any particular mandate. So the recommended caseload is 12 to 15.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we have one more legislator to ask questions, and then it's the public comment. Legislator Drucker?
Thank you, Chairwoman Walker. I will try to keep it brief. So, Jeanette, Legislator Gaylor, you know, I'm sure that each of you, when you have an opportunity to speak, would like
Excuse
your
me.
comments to not be overshadowed by people shouting out. I would hope that you would give the same respect.
I told you we have one more legislator to ask questions, and then the public comment will begin.
Let's just wait. Let's wait it out.
And I don't know what you're talking about 60% of the time, because if I have to stay here till 3 o'clock in the morning to hear from all of you, I will. So, Legislator Drucker, give Legislator Drucker the courtesy. You know, Legislator Drucker could have been finished with his questions by now and had the public speaking.
Jeanette, question. You talked about balancing the caseload. Can you hear me, Jeanette?
No, we can't.
Can you hear me? No.
No, we can't hear you.
Okay.
Hello, excuse me. Guys, listen. Everyone's going to get a chance to speak, and the Madam Chairperson had just said, I don't know if you heard her, she said, wait a second, wait. I'm on your side. She just said that she will stay here till 3 a.m. to hear each and every one of you guys speak. So, let them just finish their one last question. Okay. I'm on your side. I'm on your side. Let them finish their one last question, and then everyone will have a chance to speak. One more. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Legislator Drucker.
Jeanette, you talked about balancing the caseload. This is a follow-up to Legislator Gaylor's question. He asked that question, and I appreciate your answer. But you talked about a rotation and how you're assigning the cases. And so I'm just curious how someone does get the 30 if you're doing a rotation. Why can't it be more balanced? Are you doing it per case, deciding which one a caseworker is more qualified to handle, or are you trying just to balance it out? I don't really understand. I know you, Nancy, you explained that there are times when you're down some staffing, but when you're assigning the caseload, why can't it be more balanced? Why does it have to be such a disparity, almost 2 to 1?
Okay.
Does it have to do with qualifications or just the way your system is? How are you determining that ratio?
When we assign cases, it goes on a rotation, so it's fair and equitable to all the caseworkers.
But how is it fair and equitable for someone to have 30 and someone to have 15?
Okay. So when there are times we pull a case out of rotation based upon the allegations, if it might be more suitable due to the skills of a worker for them to handle a case. If we kept assigning cases to workers based upon their caseload, it would never be fair and equitable because of the way workers handle their cases. Because then the way it would be unfair for workers, because workers who handle cases quicker, you just couldn't distribute cases that way. because the way a caseload works, a worker couldn't handle a caseload that way. It has to be a fair and equal distribution among cases to go that way.
So it's basically a subjective evaluation that you make on each particular case to determine which caseworker could handle more cases than someone else, than another
No,
caseworker.
it's just a fair and equitable distribution. And there are times when we will pull cases from workers, but it has to be an equal rotation just across the floor. Even when we distribute cases across the floor, it has to be an equal distribution across the floor.
So the disparity then is fair and equitable in your opinion then when someone has 30 and someone has 15?
That's because that's the way the caseload is managed.
No, it's
That-
also the way it's assigned.
No, absolutely not. It's assigned fair and equitable.
That's what I'm asking you. How is it assigned fair and equitable if someone has 30 and someone has 15?
But it depends upon the management of the case.
Okay. I
That's
guess
how-
we're going in circles there. Let me go to my
No.
next question.
Okay.
Nancy, you stated that, before I get to that question, what has to occur before a report of abuse or neglect is determined to be unfounded? What actually has to happen?
We have to do a complete investigation.
I know, but what are the factors that will lead you to make that determination after 60 days?
It depends on whether we can provide credible evidence or not,
So you're always searching
as
for...
outlined by OCFS and the laws that mandate us.
Okay. So you also stated that the reports can look very different depending on the circumstances when you conduct your visits or interviews. Isn't that correct?
Sure, every case is different.
Yeah. So would you agree that our teachers and our educators provide the most accurate, definitive assessment of a particular situation?
I don't know that I can say
I mean,
that.
how
I really
much-
can't comment on
Well,
that.
I mean, I understand, but I imagine that, in my opinion, the teachers and educators who see these kids come to school every single day can have a much better assessment of what's going on than an interview that, one or two interviews that occur. So I just wanted to know is how much weight or reliance are you giving to reports that are made by teachers and educators, or that they corroborate a report of neglect or abuse?
I mean, listen, it depends on the case, and again, one of the reasons why we do an exhaustive investigation that involves perhaps going to children's school and speaking to school staff is because obviously we want to hear what they say. So it definitely weighs into whether we believe we have the credible evidence, and certainly whether the court does, because at the end of the day, that's where it stops for us, is at the court.
No, I appreciate that. And the only reason I'm really asking this question is because we can't help but compare about what happened in Suffolk County, and that's why I'm asking those questions.
I understand.
Because in those situations, there were a lot of reports. All right, I'm gonna defer, or not ask some of the other questions I have. So I'll let the public go.
Okay, I'm going to ask our first speaker to come to the microphone. And I'd ask Justina Zubkov-Alva to please come to the microphone. And Justina, just before you begin, all I could tell you is that certainly our hearts go out to you and our thoughts and prayers are with you. And just know that, God bless you. And we just want to do whatever we can.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm running through severe cold, but I'm here obviously for my son Tommy because what happened to him was preventable, and I'm here on behalf of all other innocent children that are in the same position as Tommy and my two other kids were, and obviously 3 other girls involved in the situation that cannot speak for themselves, and they need extreme help because the people, the institutions who are supposed to protect them, make sure they're safe, are actually were protecting the abusers. It's hard to listen to explanations provided by Nassau County CPS in regards to understaffing as a problem for this organization. I think the biggest concern that we all should think about is the corruption that's inside the organization. And as you know, when it comes to corruption, there is no room for justice, there is no room for truth, there is no room for, unbiases. I mean, corruption just destroys everything, no matter what evidence you have in a case, and no matter what arguments are you going to provide it based on 100%, evidence. It's always going to be not enough. And most of the time when it happened in my case, my, cry for help for my children was being turned against me. So let me just speak about my story a little bit, what happened to me and my children. Maybe this way you all can understand, where I'm coming from and what happened in this case. I just want to start from, obviously, many people have questions, how come the children were removed from, loving and caring mother who took care of them since they were born, and how come this was possible? When the divorce proceedings started, obviously the first judge on the case, Judge Risigliano, he did not even grant the father overnight visitations based on the evidence of hardcore pornography addiction that I presented to the court. And the case went to Judge Zimmerman. Judge Zimmerman issued fictional temporary full stay-away order of protection against me on September 6, 2017. That fictional document was not in the court's minutes, was not in the Department of Justice registry or police registry. Everything was done, so immediately and brutally to remove my children from under my care and place them with the abuser father. 2 weeks later, on September 20th, 2017, another fictional order of protection was issued against me that allowed me to have unsupervised visitation with my children based on a stipulation that was signed by all the parties involving Judge Zimmerman. Now you see the contradiction in those two issued orders. First order completely depriving me from any contact with my children, ability to even speak with them or contacting their school or place where they were living, to the point that I was able to pick them up and actually spend few hours once a week. After that, Judge Zimmerman removed herself from this case, and the case went to Judge Lawrence. Unfortunately, that did not stop the corruption. In order to justify the unlawful removal of my children, the father filed false allegations against me with Suffolk County CPS. And the case was opened on January 14, 2018. During one of my visitations, I discovered on Tommy, my angel, who is in heaven now, enormous injuries on his body, especially the area of buttocks. I discovered black and bruises, coagulated blood spots, injuries, dark red marks. I took pictures of it. I called my friend Kathy, who is my neighbor, to obviously see the signs of injuries. After I dropped off the kids to, their father's home, I reported the case to CPS. Unfortunately, the CPS caseworker, Michelle Clark from Suffolk County, CPS, she retaliated against me, and 3 days later she went to the court and filed 2 neglect petitions, once against me and once against the father. Now, the false allegations against me, it took me almost a year and a half to defend myself in court. When I did not have an attorney, I represented myself, but I, always stood for the truth and always, had all the evidence in the case. And as a result of it, in April 12, 2019, all the allegations, false allegations, were dismissed. Now, in terms of the father, He was never arrested. The children were never removed from under his abusive and sadistic care, as well as he only was received regular order of protection and classes from the library. That punishment was a joke. You know, once that happened during the neglect proceeding, actually, judge from Suffolk County Family Court, he recognized that, you know, I was fit mother, and he issued on March 6, 2018, he issued order that allowed me to have unsupervised visitations with my children. He only told me to go to Nassau County Supreme Court Judge Lawrence and ask for schedule. But Judge Lawrence, you know, being obviously so enormously influenced by already corruption that was taking place in my case, refused to obey the higher court order because the neglect case takes the priority over the divorce case. And he purposely and deliberately did not, you know, allow me to see my children for almost 2 years. I kept addressing on the record, and you can check the court minutes, every single time the severe abuse of my children from the hands of their father. I kept informing him, begging on the court records to immediately remove the children from under abusive, sadistic care of their father, because the children are gonna die. They're not safe. They come to school, you know, looking for food on a classroom floor in the garbage. They wear diapers even though they're potty trained at 2 years old. At some point there are medical records that only show less than 1% body mass index, which indicates almost starvation to death. Basically, all my cry for help for my children was just being dismissed and was left without any answer. The attorney for the children, Dana McCabe, she always acted like the best friend of my husband's attorney. There is no secret. She's got very high, powerful brother who is a very high, powerful person in FBI. And all these connections, corruption, influence, caused Tammy to die. And I strongly stand by, you know, fighting for justice for Tammy, holding all those people who were involved in, you know, case involving, you know, my family, who did absolutely nothing to help my children, who knew about the severe abuse, who completely failed to, you know, address my concerns, my, you know, enormous, you know, pleadings for help for my children. I want them to be held accountable. They should be charged criminally to the highest extent of the law. Just because somebody is a judge or a prosecutor or, you know, holds this powerful position in the government, it doesn't mean that somebody is above the law, because we have to protect our children who cannot speak for themselves. If it comes to Nassau County CPS, obviously I was dealing most of the time with Suffolk County CPS, which a lot of information that's, you know, in the media, the reports, the most severe reports, which I want to read you one, were closed the next day without any investigation. Just as an explanation was a duplicate report. That's why all those CPS caseworkers were able to go around the system to make sure the investigation is never going to be initiated, even though they are responsible to conduct 60-day investigation, interview all the people involved, interview the person who reported the allegations. The report that was filed on February 27, 2019, which was closed the next day without any investigation, was the report that was still filed when the father of my children had order of protection that was issued by Judge Cheng. Unfortunately, he was not arrested, and the children were never removed from, his abusive care. And the report reads, for the past week, Anthony, 9 years old, has been coming to school with his clothes and backpack soaked in urine. Anthony has been staying in the garage and is not allowed in his room due to him urinating in his bed. As a result of the child being soaked in urine, he has a foul odor and is extremely cold. Stepmother Angela and Father Michael are aware that the child is arriving at school soiled and fail to adequately address the concern. The child's feet and hands are bright red, but it's unknown if this is a result of the child being soaked in urine. There are 5 other children in home, names and ages unknown, that have unknown roles at this time. And, obviously the 7-day follow-up was never completed. It actually, on this report, which I have a document, it says the termination is suspended and closed as duplicate. That's how those CPS case workers got away with not investigating this extremely severe report of abuse, which, as you know, what caused Tammy's death, hypothermia in the garage. So there were already indicators that the children were kept in the garage, that the CPS knew about it since February, but I believe it was for a much longer period of time. And the next report, filed not even a month later, also closed without any investigation, also closed as a duplicate, and also the termination was listed here as suspended. Anthony 9 is on autism spectrum. For the last couple of weeks, the step-parent Angela and Father Michael have encouraged Anthony to scream and kick while getting off the bus. The step-parent and father do not adequately feed Anthony or Thomas, 7 years old. As a result, the children have lost weight. The children are frequently hungry, beg for food, and eat food out of the garbage. As a form of punishment, the step-parent and father force Anthony to stay in the garage for excessive periods of time. There is no heat in the garage, and it's cold. On an unknown day, Thomas sustained a bruise on his left eye. Numerous explanations were provided, making the injury suspicious. The parent and father will be made alleged subjects, the role of mother, obviously me, and are listed. All other children are unknown. The last report, obviously those reports, to my knowledge, are on 20. They're probably more, but those are the ones who I, requested the records from State Central Register. They were provided to me. The last report was filed November 18th, 2019, and CPS had 60 days to investigate. In this report, I was on the phone with actually the supervisor of the CPS case worker, Jane Manteau, January 7th, which was 10 days before Tammy's death. And I begged her to not close those reports because there is a history of severe abuse. And she has to look back and she has to follow each report that was filed. And if the children are not going to be removed, they're going to die. They're not safe where they are. She only told me the children have scratches on their faces because they play football. And as a result, that's what the father claimed. I said to her that it's impossible because when you play football, you're wearing helmet on. And whatever she was trying to, the information transparent to me was completely different what the report stated. I'm going to read you the report. Thomas, age 8, has bruises and abrasions all over his face. So it wasn't scratches, right? Anthony, age 10, has bruises near his left eye and ear. The explanation for the injuries are suspicious in nature. Therefore, Michael, father, and Angela, mother of those, 3 girls, will be the alleged subjects. Thomas and Anthony are treated differently in the family. The mother and father ration how much food Thomas and Anthony are allowed to eat. As a result, the children are very pale and underweight. The children are always hungry and begging for food. The roles of Andrew, age 6, Gia, age 7, and I'm not going to obviously list, and me are unknown. What I can tell you from my personal experience, the only way you can help children is to stop the corruption that does exist inside the CPS, inside the court system. We're talking about the web of corruption. We're talking about courts, police, DA's office, CPS. I went everywhere begging for help for my children. I filed numerous complaints, hoping that there is one person, one institution who's going to fight for my children, who's going to hear my story, and they're going to intervene what is the time to save my kid's life. This was preventable. In 2016, there was severe, strong allegations in regards to sexual abuse of my children. I went to Cohen's Children's Hospital, where the specimen was taken, obviously from 3 of my children. The doctor who did, obviously the kids, he told me he has to hold the test results and give it to the detectives to be tested. Those specimen was never tested. The Nassau County detectives never came to pick up it to be further given to the lab. And then you have the reports where my son was coming to school bent in half with his tushy hurts, with finger marks on his arms. The children were sexually abused. And father and Angela receiving enormous amounts of money on their accounts, ranging from $30,000 to $130,000 a month. I do hope there's going to be thorough investigation in regards to extreme abuse of my kids, extreme. What those kids went through, God only knows. And it's going to take such a long time for their healing process to be completed. But there are more children out there that needs to be saved, more loving parents that are the victims of this corruptive system. All the judges, in my case, have to be held accountable. We still have Dana McCabe on a case who completely failed to help my children, who laughed at me when I addressed the abuse of my kids with the court. We still have, Ed Heap in Suffolk County, Child Protective Services supervisor, who is actually overseeing now the case involving the death of Tammy. Why? Why those people who should be in jail are still working, are still have jobs? So just wanna, at the end, thank you everybody for love and support you've been extending towards me and my family. It means so much to us. I know Tammy touched so many, hearts of so many people who truly care about the children, truly care about, kids being placed in a loving and safe environment. And I do hope that this is gonna bring changes. So let the change begin. Thank you.
Thanks Social Services for being here, but we are going to move along with public comment. Our next speaker is Thomas F. Liotti. Am I reading it right? Yeah.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the fact that the legislature is having this meeting tonight, and I know some of you very well, and I think if this were a courtroom, I'd probably have a slightly different question that I would have posed to CPS and DSS. And that question would be, why didn't someone listen to Justina? And what caused the system to break down? That wasn't answered tonight. We heard a lot of bureaucratic falderall about the process and so forth, but that specific question about what happened here to protect Thomas or not protect Thomas was never answered by CPS or DSS, and not even asked. So I'm going to try and answer that question now. I am an attorney. I am Thomas Liotti, a proactive attorney in private practice for more than 42 years throughout the state and nation, usually representing individuals and causes. While the horrors of the Valva case have driven home a point for some of us about alleged neglect and incompetence of CPS and DSS in cases of domestic violence and child abuse, your focus, if honest, should also be on a corrupt system that allows for the nomination of judges who have paid for their judgeships, who are chosen by political bosses and lobbyists like Al D'Amato, who are in some cases cross-endorsed with no prior judicial experience, like Justice Joseph H. Lawrence, who should be immediately removed and suspended without pay from his position as a Supreme Court Justice. The same should happen with respect to Justice Hope Zimmerman, who I understand has retired and basically run for the hills. But these are problems within the system. It is a system not based upon merit and independence. It is a system based upon dependence, where political parties depend for their existence on campaign contributions and in return dole out judgeships as a reward. It is a corrupt system that allows for campaign contributions to judicial campaigns by lawyers, forensic psychologists, and accountants, and attorneys for children, lobbyists and litigants who expect and do receive corrupt favorable rulings and assignments from a corrupt judiciary that knows who has contributed to their campaigns. A judiciary which does not disclose those contributions or recuse themselves when parties or lawyers come before them to collect the favors for the contributions they have made. A part of the corrupt system are bar associations and their judiciary committees that go along with these illicit practices. All lawyers, if not railing against these practices, are a part of a corrupt system and defy their oaths to uphold the Constitution. There is no psychological screening of judicial candidates. Judicial candidates are not required to demonstrate their sensitivity to women's and children's issues, or even to show a modicum of respect or politeness or the capacity to learn about these issues and humbly admit to what they do not know. Instead, we have too much arrogance in a political and judicial system run by political bosses. I have been a village justice for 29 years. I am registered as a blank. When I run for office every 4 years, I do so under my own party, the Judicial Independence Party. I do not solicit or accept campaign contributions. I do not spend my own money. I encourage others to run against me. No one has except for my first campaign. I run on my record, which is what all judicial and other candidates should do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jennifer Melnick.
First, I want to offer my First, I want to offer my condolences to Thomas Valva's mother and brothers. My name is Jennifer Melnick. I'm a psychotherapist in private practice and a forensic social worker. I'm on the assigned counsel for Attorneys for Children's mental health panel, where I'm appointed on cases in family court on Long Island and the city. The majority of cases I work on are abuse, neglect, delinquency, and PINS cases, and nearly all of them I've been in contact with associated CPS workers. What I have encountered through my contact with Nassau County CPS, in my opinion, extends beyond an issue of caseload and bleeds into questions about training, supervision, and checks and balances. The cases I'm brought in on are already in family court. I've been involved in cases where there were allegations of significant educational neglect, where CPS had been actively involved for an extended period, and where the CPS worker had no knowledge that the children had educational service needs and that they had extensive IEPs that were not being adhered to. On other cases where housing was the only barrier to reunification, the CPS worker refused to assist the parent in navigating the Housing Services Department within the same centralized building, and the child continued to languish in out-of-home care. Basic oversight ensuring adherence to the Family Court Act and OCFS guidelines would have assisted in easily progressing these cases and providing less detrimental outcomes. Generally speaking, the family court process is not natural for families. Counties outside of Nassau are by no means problem-free, but in other counties there are layers of OCFS services and best practices in place in an effort to insulate families with preventive services. To my knowledge, there are minimum intensive home-based OCFS services, and I have nowhere in many cases to refer clients to unless they can travel. It is unrealistic to expect that weekly or biweekly home visits or office visits in a centralized location, as opposed to scattered site field offices, will allow for an accurate or complete picture of what's going on and ensure that kids are safe at home. On another note, Suffolk County and New York City have interdisciplinary institutional legal services representing children in court, so that there are more eyes and ears actively involved behind the scenes on cases beyond the scope reported by CPS from court date to court date. In Nassau County, where independent lawyers for children either don't know or don't access assigned counsel's specialized services, there is not a loud enough voice for children questioning the action or lack of action by CPS, and this puts kids at risk. When there's a devastating injury or fatality, whole communities go unnoticed. Everything is questioned, and there's an impetus for change. It should never have to come to this. As a resident of Nassau County, I hope to see a redistribution of resources that puts safety of children and service needs of their families, particularly in underserved and oppressed community, ahead of centralized models. And in my capacity on the mental health panel, I'm committed to continually helping to institute the necessary changes on both micro and macro levels, one case at a time. Thank you.
Dolores Feliciano. Is Dolores still here? Oh, okay.
Evening. I stand before you all tonight as a true witness to the corruption of CPS and our family court system. January 2020 has marked 7 years since this team wrongfully and unjustifiably took and then placed my daughter into harm's way. In brief, this is our story. I've sent this to New York Post, NYAG, Press Office, Governor Cuomo, Gloria Alfred, News 12, Geraldo, Fios News, Fox News. I was invited to be on Dr. Phil's show. Newsday reporter who took my story and turned it into CPS's excuses for their wrongdoings. This was written August 10th, 2016. After 4 years of being victimized by their harassment, neglect, lies, and horror, I've decided to take the Suffolk County CPS to Supreme Court of Appeals. In 2012, the agency had neglected to investigate an open case called in by my daughter's pediatrician regarding having been abused in her father's household. Additionally, the 5th Precinct Child Advocate Agency felt compelled to call CPS due to my daughter's distressful phone calls, yet stated that they couldn't open a case because there was no physical evidence. Since I challenged the county on their negligence of that case, they had talked their way into getting an OP, order of protection, granted against me without an investigation. Furthermore, having told both my children, taken away from me and their home in order to cover up their mistake. How they did this was another horrifying story itself. Yet, my oldest was returned home soon after trying to get them to prove their accusations, when in reality they withdrew from an indication hearing while vacating the OP and supervised sibling visits. How can this be if I was accused of being harmful? The county had gone out of their way to try and have me either go broke, break down, or be arrested to have this closed, not to mention the people they used to help them cover up: court, attorneys, medical evaluation, forensic evaluation, civilians, politics, media, and last but not least, retired law enforcement. My trial against them, please let me finish. My trial against them was granted. Their testimony was poor due to no fact-finding and contradicting inaccurate medical evaluation. Yet a trial ceased to commence. 2 months later, my attorney forfeited to cross-examine the doctor, the county, and to further with the trial. Instead, conspired with the county to have me coerced to primarily take stipulations in order for them to want to withdraw the case, when they had already withdrew from an indication hearing. After 5 attorneys and my entire life savings, I realized that I needed to turn to the aid of the Supreme Court of Appeals. How can I, a non-criminal, school official, as well as a security official, having had a 10-year background security check, to be kept from seeing my child unjustifiably by the courts for 3 years now? That was back in 2016. The appellate division took my case and granted me a court-appointed attorney. I wrote this myself. I wrote this petition myself. Evidence from A through Z. After the review of all court documents, my attorney submitted a brief stating that the trial court, the county, and my trial attorney had erred, and that my due process rights were violated due to the ineffective assistance of counsel. The case is presently being reviewed by the highest court of appeals in Albany, and still at this time, my younger daughter is being wrongfully kept from seeing me, her mother, and additional family. I don't want my child to be another statistic before anything becomes aware to the public. So if anyone has ever been or is in the similar horrific situation, please speak out. And let's try to get something finally done about the corruptive, terroristic, very politically run, controlled family courts and county CPS system. By the way, I've already tried contacting our congressman and was told by an intern that he doesn't get involved with the courts. Furthermore, I received a brush-off from legislative back in 2011 when reporting the situation. I am presently still reaching out to broadcast, news, and editors to state the problem, yet still no bite. Instead, I'm being told that this is a very common story and that I needed something sexy to catch their ears and eyes of the public. They have managed to manipulate, influence, and deceive the corrupted family court system to work along with the perpetrators, a retired NYPD ranking officer married to the father of my child, to hide their abuse upon her. The favoritism of their money and work status has kept my daughter in harm's way for the past 5 years and continues today. Parental alienation is what's going on right now. And don't believe that the schools are not involved as well. Teachers are limited to what they are allowed to report. My daughter has also been kept from food deprivation. I will not go into the horrific false allegations that were put upon me about what my daughter had gone through. Her birthday, September 19th. She shares what Tommy went through and more. This is my first time ever being able to speak my story, and I've tried since 2010. I became my own legal paralegal. I've learned about what our system is, and it saddens me to know that these people who are trying to do a good job have so limited vices. Our Congress needs to change this system. They put it there. I was told by a CPS supervisor calling one weekend with my daughter's behavioral, that if I wanted change, I would have to talk to Congress. 2010, I created 2 YouTube videos. Please check out Family Justified Be Torn Apart. There are many that I found. The same title is mine. I made this card, put it on all cars, train stations, workplaces. I may even be risking my job right now, but you know what? I don't care. I don't care. My oldest was taken, and I'll end with just this, and I have her permission. I love you, sweetheart. She had wanted to speak to the judge, which, by the way, was first John Kelly, then Bernard Chen. She wrote this when she was 13. When I was growing up in middle school, I heard a lot about Child Protective Services, or CPS, from my peers, though they did not know what CPS truly was. It protects us. They had laughed and made jokes about it, though I never knew why. I thought CPS was also a good thing, helping kids and making things right for families. I was wrong. One day, out of the blue, I was called down to the guidance office, sitting in a room with my principal and vice principal, I will not mention names, and a CPS worker. "You're going to a group home," was the first thing he had said to me. Although we met one other time before in guidance just to discuss some things, which was rudely done while my school was in session. I was not expecting this. I was in shock. I was scared, desperately waiting an explanation. He had said an order of protection was placed against my mom for failing to miss a court date. I didn't believe him. When he took me to the group home, I was shy and still in shock. It was a nice place, well kept to itself. However, I was still terrified and helpless. Every night I remember crying in my bed, asking why and how. My mom never misses a court date. I thought, what does this have to do with me? Do I do something wrong? What's going to happen now? I was so happy when I got the opportunity to visit my sister at the social services building a while later. We had always laughed together there, ignoring most of the intimidating glares from some supervisors and security people. I brought toys to her, gifts on holidays, and fun games we could play. I was so overjoyed to see her, and so was she when she saw me. However, I heard her frequently ask me, "When am I going home to Mommy?" I would reply, "We are working on things. We'll try to make things better for all of us." Also, when I had given her a snack, she would tell the supervisors, please don't tell Michelle I'm eating and drinking this." They would ask, "Why not?" And she would stutter and be nervous to tell them an answer. I can now say, as a big sister, I have seen Melanie's reflections from the other house, and I strive to help my mom in bringing us together again. I now say that CPS stands for changing people's statements instead of Child Protective Services, being the past experiences that led me and my mom that we had to deal with them. I have so badly wanted to talk to the judge about my feelings toward all this. Honestly, I can say that I'm fed up. I cannot believe this procrastination in this, and I am growing very impatient. All I want to see is my sister home and happy with us. This has gone on way too long. With this, I must state that I'm very disappointed in all of this and the people working with this. I am still waiting with my mom to see at least some improvement with this case, and we want to see things turn out for the better for us and for Melanie. It's notarized and signed by her. I will end with this, and thank you very much for waiting. I have two favorite quotes. "In every truth passes 3 stages before it is recognized. In the first, it is ridiculed. In the second, it is opposed. In the third, it is regarded as self-evident." Arthur Schopenhauer. And my second, "Man who walks with integrity walks securely. Man who walks in crooked path will be found out, and that is unknown." In God we trust, and we are taught to trust the people that we see before us. We need to do something immediate. You need to call Congress. We cannot do this alone. Please. Thank you.
Marie Tooker, is it? Tooker? And I apologize if I'm saying any name incorrectly.
Good evening, everybody. I had a speech, but after hearing CPS, which I feel was a violation of our 8th Amendment, cruel and unusual punishment inflicted on many of us that have PTSD, that have experienced our children being stolen or the unthinkable. What all that are saying here, one thing that I just heard from a CPS worker sitting behind me, she made fun and said, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Now, I know other people were disrespectful, but they're supposed to be above and beyond courteous and respectful. And if she could be that way in the public like that, what is she like when she is on her job with having no compassion for anybody's feelings, especially that woman who was just speaking about not still having her child? I come from Suffolk County, and I went before the legislator yesterday. And I think the most important thing is that no one is recognizing? That Judge Tatone, he gave full custody to the fathers of this horrific situation that has happened. But what he erred at, what he made a grave error at, is that he gave temporary custody, emergency temporary custody, to Justina. And I'm going to stand here now and beg all of you. I've already written letters, I begged, I pleaded. I beg all of you today, you want change? You want to see that you have care and you have compassion and you have a moral compass? God, please, call, write, go there, get Judge Tatone to change his decision and give full custody to Justina with prejudice. With prejudice. So she never has to go into the corrupt, horrific, sick court ever again. We already know that it's corrupt. It is already known. You already know. Here it is. Everything that they said is already in every report you possibly could see on the web. This time is for the public. You need to hear what's happening behind the scenes with mommies who are suffering, who are losing their children. Something that is irreparable, something that you cannot erase. It's a silent disability that you never get over. God gave you your children. You need to protect them. And when the authorities, the powers that be, are so corrupt, they stop you from protecting your children? Where is our asylum? Where is the American parents' asylum from our own government? God, please, I beg all of you. It's not about us today. It's not about me and my story of what I experienced. I saved my children. I was strong enough. I saved my children. My animals were sacrificed instead. Today, it's about Justina. All I want to know, everybody, how many people want her to have full custody now? Yes. Now, full custody. Yes. Nothing more. Full custody, and every judge arrested. We are now. There are a few things that need to be done. That's the most important. I'm sorry, everybody. Excuse me, I don't want to take your time. I just want to say a few more things. Perjury needs to be prosecuted. Soon as there is a false claim, and you prove it, they said they need credible evidence. Soon as it's false, go arrest that person for perjury. We demand video recordings and videos in the courtroom. What are you hiding if you don't want it to be video recorded? We need the Bar Association and the corrupt judiciary to be investigated by the Department of Justice. We need to abolish immunity. Abolish immunity. We need drug and alcohol testing to every powers that be that are in office. They need to be evaluated and they need to be tested for the Constitution. And one more thing. Bribery is rampant. It's pay to play all the way. Thank you, sir, with all my heart. I had met the first gentleman attorney that finally stood up to you bullies. Because a black robe is a bully. And he has all this power to take your life away. Please, with all my heart, get her full custody. Do it now. Do it now. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Marie. Dawn Corrigan.
Hello, my name is Dawn Corrigan, and just about 8 years ago, I found myself at the mercy of the family court system in Suffolk County. Many mothers like myself find themselves at the mercy of this cruel, corrupt, and unjust system. Fortunately, I was able to navigate the corruption. I withdrew my petition for full custody of my children. I put an order to show cause because the supervising judge, David Freundlich, called CPS from my petition, which had absolutely no allegation of abuse, neglect, or child maltreatment, and CPS showed up at my house. I wound up going to the second department because Judge David Freundlich refused to hear my order to show cause. He had no legal basis to have CPS come to my house to begin with. And I won in the second department. I won because I fought and because I knew. And had I not done that, I could have been any one of these people here, okay? And I stayed in a sick situation because my children were at risk, because this judge abused his power. You can look it up yourself if you'd like, okay? The family court system, the judges, the law guardians, and CPS are unethical in all of their actions. I did my own research after this. Terrible situation. They're destroying families. No one can get through any of this insanity with CPS, okay? In my recent discoveries, I have found that it's become known to me, actually, that in multiple townships in Suffolk County, the town officials are enlisting the Suffolk County Police Department and Child Protective Services to help them steal homes. I know this to be true. The town shows up at a set residence. They have registries now for people that are in foreclosure and for people that are just late with their mortgages, okay? And they're targeting minorities. They're targeting women, children. They're targeting people in lower social economical areas. They show up to a house and they have CPS there and they have the ASPCA to steal their animals, okay? They are literally ordering people out of their homes by threatening them and intimidating them and instilling fear and telling parents that if you don't leave within 5 or 10 minutes, we're going to steal your children, we're going to take your children, okay? This is happening. If parents don't want to vacate their properties, they threaten them with arrest. And they're taking children and they're stealing people's homes under the guise of zombie home, okay? They have no jurisdiction to do this. They have no search warrants, and they are illegally searching people's properties and illegally seizing their homes and their children. I am here today to bring awareness of this horrendous crime that's happening in our communities. And I want everybody to know that CPS was sent to my house on a fishing expedition, okay? And had they spent more time investigating real allegations of abuse from some of these parents, okay, and stopped wasted time coming to my house, okay, for false trumped-up charges. Ridiculous. You could look it up. I have, if you wanted to see the report, you can just go. Corrigan versus Suffolk County Child Protective Services in Suffolk County. You go and look it up. I won in the second district. He had no jurisdiction to call CPS to go to my house. You know how many people he does that to? Well, he's retired now. But they're all doing it. It's a racket because they're making money. And every child has about 10 or 15 jobs attached to them, between social workers and law guardians and case workers and case managers. It's ridiculous. It's just a way to make money. So anyway, I just wanted to finish with this. By Robert F. Kennedy. Every time we turn our heads the other way when we see the law flouted, when we tolerate what we know to be wrong, when we close our eyes and ears to the corrupt because we are too busy or too frightened, when we fail to speak up and speak out, we strike a blow against freedom, decency, and justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Sarah Keenan.
Very sorry. I am here as another grieving mother, yet tomorrow my daughter will be dead 6 years. Lana choked, was resuscitated at home, and brought to Southside as a precaution. There began a slew of medical misadventures leading to a slow 6-week death for my child. A child abuse specialist named Dr. Jamie Hoffman Rosenfeld from Cohen's Hospital reported that I possibly shook my daughter. Child abuse specialist reports are not verified by CPS. My 2 sons were immediately removed, and I was left a mother spinning, not understanding how my life was being pulled apart in a family court system that left me with less rights than an arrested criminal. The medical examiner's report came back showing absolutely no signs of injury, yet the county ignored the evidence and put me to trial in front of Bernie Chang anyway. Let me repeat, CPS took it upon themselves to ignore the Special Victims Unit, the Suffolk County DA's office, as well as the New York City medical examiner, and put me on trial for shaking my daughter to death anyway. There are no constraints on family court. There is no oversight, and they are left with far too much power in the hands of unqualified people. I'm currently in active litigation with both Suffolk County and Northwell in federal court. The only reason I could obtain standing was because I had the money to fight the system and refused to say I was negligent. So many CPS victims are forced to take the neglect plea to get their children back from foster care, leaving them with no civil rights recourse. CPS workers need to be given the tools to do their jobs. They are a farce. They have absolutely no investigational training, but are looked upon the court for all pertinent case investigation and evidence. This alone is absurdly flawed. The very people set to investigate use cookie-cutter forms for submission to family court, suggesting removal with only hearsay as their motivation. Article 10 of the Family Court Act leaves them with a breadth of power far beyond their training, and what is left is a system that clamors to cover its constant errors and interference in the lives of innocent families with only the children as victims. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Kathy Cole.
Hi. I just want to, before you hit my timer, can I say something quick? I was at the legislative meeting yesterday, and I've worked personally with a few of the legislators regarding this issue, and I really wish that the meeting was done flipped. Yesterday at the meeting, the public was allowed to speak first. The CPS workers, the commissioner, heard what everyone had to say, and then that generated the questions. You need to hear from the victims to know where the problems are. So I'm here to give Thomas a voice. I started this Facebook group. I've met with Justina. I've been with her to court. I never met her before. And so we're here to give Thomas a voice. My name is Kathy Cole, and I have been a contractor for schools in New York State and New York City and many other states across the nation, specific to school gym safety issues. I became a whistleblower after reporting noncompliance and safety violations mandated by law in New York State to protect the kids. Laws that were enacted because 2 children were crushed and killed in their school gym electric divider. One here on Long Island. She was 9 years old. Her name was Deanna Moon. The safety violations and dangerous issues, much like this case, are not limited to Suffolk or Nassau County. They are systemic throughout the nation. It took several deaths and horrific accidents to get a national attention for the gym safety issue, specifically the last death of a child in Virginia, Wesley Lepicki, only 9 years old, was crushed and killed in his school gym divider on May 18, 2018. Wesley's death was the spark that lit national reform on this gym safety issue. I pray, and we promise, Justina, that Thomas's death will be, which was preventable and tragic, will be the spark that will bring systemic changes to the agencies that are entrusted with our most beloved children. I am now working with a national agency in D.C. to set a minimum safety standard for the safety issue in the school gyms. Over 20 years of working to expose and rectify the issues, it is time for change in that arena, and it is time for change in CPS and family court. In 2014, I started a radio show, All Fact Up. There is no pun in that name. I had all the facts, and they fell on deaf ears. Just like this case, there was government abuse, cover-ups, and just massive dysfunction at the highest levels of New York State and New York City, departments of education. Money won't solve this issue. You need to account for every dollar that is spent before you throw money at an already dysfunctional system. After my first radio show, I was inundated with frantic calls from both moms and dads begging me to help expose the corruption, abuse, and cover-ups in CPS and family court systems here on Long Island. I literally stopped my radio show in good faith so that I could focus on my gym safety issue. I knew I could make change there. I didn't know how to make change here then in 2014. While I watched News 12 and other channels, and I witnessed the horror of Tommy's death, the image of those parents calling me and begging me to help them with the corruption and the abuse of power in CPS and the court system came back to haunt me. I immediately had a call to action meeting at my home with the hopes of springing something into action. Very shortly after, I was contacted and asked to come to court last Monday for the temporary hearing for Justina, Gino, and Mike regarding their children, the parents in that house of horrors. I'm documenting dozens of victims that are reaching out again, stories in both Nassau and Suffolk County. I have literally spent over 100 hours the past probably week listening to tortured parents fearing for their children's safety. I went to and spoke at the Suffolk County Legislature yesterday, and I truly hope that you are going to have a joint task force, and Long Island will be the spark for national reform. And we all beg you to please demand an external investigation into the agencies that failed Thomas. I'm just going to end with this. One of the most powerful scenes in a movie that I believe changed me forever was in the movie A Time to Kill. A young black girl in the Deep South many years ago was abducted by white men. She was raped and brutalized and left for dead. Her father wound up killing the rapists. His lawyer, during his trial, asked the jury to please close their eyes, to imagine this child being brutally raped, almost killed, tortured, and left for dead. Now imagine she was white, and the jury set the dad free. I ask you now to close your eyes, to think about what Tommy went through, and now imagine he was your son. We don't have a choice but to act. Let Thomas's death be the spark that lights national reform. Justina did give me some ideas when I met her in court. The first thing I said was, how could Thomas be alive today? And without hesitation, it was videotaped investigations for the parents and the children, because there are false, and I'm not blaming anybody. No one wanted Thomas to die, but if you're tired, if you're overworked, if you don't have the skills, and you're writing reports that children's lives depend on, they need to be videotaped so that if there is a he said, she said, it's there. And I'm happy to tell you that the Suffolk County Legislature is already looking into appropriating funds for the proper video equipment. That's what we were told yesterday. And another thing that I think you touched on, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, about unfounded, okay? So unfounded could be that they go to the door after this 24-hour period that they have and no one's home. That's unfounded. It could be that they knock on the door and the parents say you can't come in. That's unfounded. 17 calls begging for Thomas's life were unfounded. Okay, we have a huge, huge problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. Debbie Lyons.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Lyons. I'm the director of the Child Advocacy Center at the SAFE Center. We are grateful to be here this evening to share our experience working closely with the Nassau County Department of Social Services and particularly Child Protective Services. At the SAFE Center, we serve victims of child abuse, domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. DSS is an essential partner in this work, and without their support, we could not provide vital services such as our Child Advocacy Center, safe housing for domestic violence victims, the county's victim hotline, and services for victims of child sex trafficking. Unlike many counties around the state, Nassau County DSS has committed 2 specialized investigative units that are co-located at our Bethpage facility. These caseworkers have completed hours of additional training on developmentally appropriate and trauma-informed approaches to working with children and families impacted by abuse. They are tasked with responding to some of the most complicated abuse reports and work side by side with a team of criminal justice professionals to investigate allegations of child sexual and severe physical abuse. In 2019 alone, we jointly responded to nearly 1,000 allegations of abuse at the Child Advocacy Center. We are here tonight because of a tragic child fatality. If we truly wish to understand what happened, it is important to put CPS into context. Child Protective Services does not operate in a vacuum. They rely on the community to identify and report signs of abuse, on departmental policy to dictate what workers are allowed to do, and on judges for final approval of CPS intervention. In addition, state-level guidance regarding child protective interventions have a significant impact on the degree to which workers are empowered to intervene. Collectively, we can do more to educate our community on responding to concerns and to advocate for more effective child protective policy at the local, state, and federal level. There is no greater tragedy for our child protective system and no outcome which they work harder to avoid than the death of a child. It sends a ripple of emotion through the community, which can make us want to find an immediate solution and place blame. It is important that we are not reactionary, but rather thoughtful and deliberate in order to create lasting change that keeps children safe. This would be a true testament to Thomas Valva's memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Reagan Murphy.
Hi, we're working in tandem here to represent Jacqueline Franchetti and her daughter. My name is DJ Diliberto. Thank you for allowing us to have this opportunity tonight. I graduated from law school recently, and I filed for divorce after my first semester of law school, which was over 9 years ago. My custody case is ongoing, and I served a New York State Supreme Court internship. I worked in the Health Law and Policy Clinic. I served a postgraduate fellowship at Lawyers for Children. I'm working with the New York State Assembly on promoting judicial and legislative reform. And I started a foundation while I was in law school called Raising the Bar for Families, where I advocate pro bono for people who are going through divorce, custody, and domestic violence. I can't discuss the details of my ongoing 9-year custody battle, but I can tell you a summary of my divorce proceedings. Through my divorce, I learned that the system is not applying the laws and the standards and procedures equally. I was comforted by my law school dean, my professors, attorneys, and other people who would say that the system was so greatly broken and that the state has spent tens of millions of dollars on a commission under former Chief Justice Judith Kaye called the Miller Commission, which defined specifically ways that we could improve the systems, but they haven't implemented those ways, and children are still being harmed and killed. In my case, my husband made over $20 million during our marriage. I ran out of money to pay my legal fees after I had spent over $350,000, despite the fact that I had a prenup and postnup that was dispositive of 95% of the equitable distribution. But the courts deprived me and my children of orders of child support, spousal support, and attorney fees for almost 8 years. After I ran out of money, my husband was only paying us a voluntary amount of child support that was $2,642 a month, while he was paying about $55,000 a month on his own expenses. I was a full-time mom, going to law school, a pro se litigant, and the subject of multiple CPS investigations. I've always had full custody of my children, but I don't know how long that's going to last. Fortunately, I graduated, I passed the bar, and my children are alive. It's not the same for my friend Jacqueline Franchetti. Regan Murphy and I are here to tell you her story.
Good evening. My name is Regan Murphy. I'm a close family friend of Jacqueline for over 30 years. She's unable to attend this hearing this evening, but her voice is critical when talking about child protection from abusive and murderous parents in Nassau County and New York State. I'm going to read her statement to you. I am Jacqueline Franchetti. I am Kira's mom. This is Kira. 3 years ago, my beautiful, fiercely independent 28-month-old daughter, Kira, who loved Elmo and Mickey Mouse, was murdered. She was a subject of a custody case in Nassau County Family Court. Kira was shot twice in the back while she slept by her father. He then set fire to his home, and he committed suicide. Kira's murder was 100% preventable. Many were involved in Kira's case. If anyone had proper training, had knowledge of family violence, or frankly even cared about her, Kira would be alive today. When I walked into Nassau County Family Court for the first time, I thought Kira would be protected, that the health and safety of our children would be top priority. I was wrong, and now Kira is gone forever.
Let me tell you Kira's story through the words of Jacqueline Franchetti. When I was notified that Nassau County Family Court, when I notified the Nassau County Family Court that I was being stalked, repeatedly harassed, threatened, verbally and emotionally abused, the family court judge, Danielle Peterson, yelled at me to grow up. Despite my fears and clear evidence of domestic violence, coercive control abuse, rage issues, and her father being suicidal, Dr. Larry Cohen, the forensic evaluator, dismissed that her father was suicidal and recommended joint custody because he believed a father should always play a role in the child's life or death. And her father did play that role. He shot Kira twice in the back while she slept. Nassau County Protective Services, we laugh when we say protective services, noted that he had overly aggressive play style, anger and rage issues, cursed and threatened Jacqueline in front of the baby, and was suicidal. But nonetheless, they concluded that there was no domestic violence, and they claimed the case was low risk. I want to know what CPS deems high risk. Jacqueline notified Kira's attorney, the attorney for the child, Glenn Cocaleo, many times. She told him that things were wrong. The father of the baby was not following court orders or medical directives, which is physical abuse. She told them that there was emotional distress when Kira would return to the mother, and the father was becoming more and more unhinged. At their last hearing for Kira, Judge Danielle Peterson actually said, "This is not a life or death situation." Judge Peterson, you were wrong. Every person involved in Kira's case is still practicing. Not one person has been reprimanded, sanctioned, or removed from practice. So it's safe to say that the body count of children being murdered will increase. Kira's case was a textbook. Too many children are being murdered by a mother or father due to the failings of the New York State family court system. Transparency and accountability are desperately needed. The Office of Court Administration hopes that you'll write Jacqueline off. They hope that you'll write off all the other murdered children as isolated incidents. If the Office for Court Administration had taken action years ago, Kira and many other children would be alive and playing today. Sadly, 81% of abusers are getting custody or unsupervised visitation. 81%. The Nassau County and New York State family court systems are failing. Jacqueline is begging you to step up, step in, and make change. We need to turn around what is now being called the New York State fatal court system instead of the family court system. Child safety is not complicated. Jacqueline and everyone here today wants to work with you to usher in the changes right away. Jacqueline just returned from Albany, where she spent 4 days working with the New York State Assembly. Based on Kira's story alone, 5 bills will be introduced this session. Here in Nassau County, what can you do to move this forward? What are the next steps? Let us honor Kira and all of the children who have been needlessly murdered. Their little voices cannot be silenced. Their stories must be heard. We will not go away quietly. It is time for a change. Thank you very much for your time and attention to this.
Thank you, Regan and DJ. Andrea Bergen.
Hi, thank you for having us. I'm here to speak on behalf of myself as well as the FCLU. I just want to thank Justina and all the other parents and everybody that have told their story. I think it's so important and it needs to be heard. And I can't say how incredibly disappointed I am that DSS was allowed to leave. It's fine. If you weren't going to let the people speak first, then it should have been known that they had to wait, because otherwise this is a farce. If they do not hear what the concerns are, we were just supposed to listen to them and the excuses that they have of why everything's okay, but they can't listen to us about what the problems are. That bothers me very much, and it seems like this is kind of just a meeting just to pacify angry people, not to actually cause any change. And that's very disappointing because I had a lot of hope for this. Another thing that makes me think this is that there was an email, there was a newsletter email sent out the other day from, Ms. Schaefer. It announced this public hearing and it, following the tragic death of Thomas Valva and the details for this meeting. At the end, it actually read, after the announcement, Legislator Schaefer said this hearing will serve as a checkup on an already phenomenal health and social services departments. We need to make sure they have the proper resources and staffing that they need to be successful. Now, very quickly, an email was sent out to recall that previous email, which is understandable because you had the death of a child in the same paragraph as phenomenal. So that seemed to be a little bit of a juxtaposition there. So again, that combined with DSS leaving and not having to hear anything just shows that I have very little faith that anything's going to change here, but things have to. If you're in, it has to go through to these people. They have to understand. You have to hear this. This is dangerous. What happened to Justina and her son is a nightmare. It is the worst possible outcome of what can happen in a custody case, but it's not an anomaly. And there are a lot of other kids out there that are being abused and neglected and ignored. And it feels like they still are. I know this is in the news. I know you wanted to hold a meeting, but is anything going to get done? Or is it just for show? Now, I understand that CPS has their hands tied to a certain extent. I'm sorry that they are understaffed, overworked, underpaid, but parents shouldn't have to pay for these bureaucratic issues with a child's life. That is not acceptable. I know there are plenty of wonderful CPS workers out there, but you know what? You heard yourself tonight. Some of them have 30 children, 30 families. That is insurmountable and impossible to monitor properly. It can't be done. It needs to change. And there were a lot of different institutions and people who were neglectful and just horrific in this case. Judge Zimmerman, Lawrence, Chang, Donna McCabe, and out of CPS, June Johnson, Michelle Clark. There are a number of other people who were responsible. And I know CPS was saying, well, this happened in Suffolk County. It was mostly Suffolk County, but it started here. And it doesn't matter. The problem, the corruption, it runs all through. It doesn't matter what county we're in, or honestly, what town, what state, it's here where it's destroyed, it's broken, it's corrupt, and it needs to be fixed. So I really am praying to God that something gets done. And again, I'm so disappointed that all of CPS and all of DSS left before anybody spoke. You should honestly, and I'm sorry, you should be ashamed that you let that happen. Thank you.
Thank you for staying. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Andrea Bergen? Oh, Andrea, that was you. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Eva George?
Good evening. First of all, I want to say my condolences to Justina. And I just want to say that the whole town and many of the country is grieving with you. And we're so sorry for your loss. I also have an ongoing custody battle, so I am unable to really talk too much about that. but I also went through a divorce here at the Supreme Court from 2015, March 2015, with Judge Zimmerman. I fled abuse in June 2015 with my 3 children, which were also abused by their father, including myself. And I trusted my faith basically in the hands of the family court to protect my children. And little did I know that when that journey started, which he already stated before it started, that nobody's going to believe you. No judge is going to believe you. I'm going to take everything from you. And so many times, these abusers and these domestic violence cases, men or sometimes women, are allowed to manipulate the system constantly over and over again. And as a mother, the more I spoke that my children are in danger, the more I started losing my children, and the more I was silenced in the court system. I was forced to give them first supervised visits, which they did not even want. My son, who was beaten by his father, was forced to have a supervised visit, even that he did not want, and he probably had said that to his law guardian. And in one of the supervised meetings, he actually attacked. He was hitting his father because he is just so angry. I had my daughter, who was then 9 years old. After every supervised visit or a forced phone call, there were phone calls that were forced every other day that I was not allowed to be in a room because they were thinking I'm interfering with the phone calls. My daughter would start beating herself repeatedly, throwing things, and this is a typical girl who was joyful, did gymnastics. And there's anything that I was able to do to protect her. The more that I tried to protect them, the more he cried parental alienation. And parental alienation is one of the #1 things that abusers are allowed to use in the court system to silence the victims and silence the mothers or sometimes the fathers who are trying to protect their own children. I had no voice. In order to protect, instead of me, for the courts to protect my children from them, I had to prove in court that I am not alienating my children from their abuser. That's awful. That's very sick. Instead of them concentrating on my husband abusing the children or being a danger to me, all I was forced to do time and time again in the hearings and the stipulations is showing that I am taking them, I'm forcing them, even though my son used to hide in the trunk of the car sometimes, refusing to come out of the car to go to supervised meetings. But if I didn't do that, I would have been held in contempt of the court, and I would have more danger my children. So if I protected my children, I would have harmed my children more by protecting them. Yes, yes, and how confusing. Now, eventually, after they stopped supervised visits with my children, after my son attacked his father in a supervised visit, and I'm shopping Christmas gifts in Target, and the supervisor calls that he's about to call the police, that my son is not calming down. I couldn't even go pick him up. I can hear him in the background screaming to come pick me up. I don't want to be here. I couldn't even go pick him up because the supervised visit wasn't even done. But that prevented, and some of those things eventually stopped the supervised visit with the 2 older ones. But then I had a 6-year-old who was unable to speak for himself and who didn't understand or did not communicate. They protected the 2 older ones, but they did not protect my little one, which continued on supervised visit, and then eventually after 3 months started getting unsupervised visits with his father. Now you have 2 older siblings who are terrified seeing their younger brother me dropping him to unsupervised visits. How traumatizing is that for our older siblings to see that they know what this man has done to them, and they're unable to, and there's nothing I could have done, because then I would have been alienating my child from his father. And then that's a bigger crime than abuse. That's a bigger crime than abuse in this day, or and lots of times. But it took, in one of those unsupervised visits, my son came home alleging a situation that that his dad did. I took him to the law guardian, I took him to the psychologist, because, you know, we're in court proceedings, I'm taking him to all these places that I need to do just to protect them. And he told his story, basically what was happening, and I believe one of those things sparked a CPS investigation with my son. But even after the fact that CPS investigation started, they still forced me to put my son, make my son go to unsupervised visit with his dad. And when the day came, my son was so scared, but there was nothing I could do. He screamed, he cried, he pulled my hair, he pulled my thing. He's 5, 6 years old, and he's begging me, Mom, don't make me go, don't make me go. And the father, and I'm trying to plead with the father outside. He doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. He said, bring him. This is exactly how the other two are going to come, too, kicking and screaming. They don't care. They don't care. Eventually, I started taping this situation that was happening, and it was basically enough. And in the end of the screaming session, my son said, I told the law guardian and I told the psychologist that I don't want to go, which were the same people who said a couple days before that my son wants to go. They said, and I was screaming with my lawyer 2 days before, there's no way my son wants to go. He's lying. He's lying. No, you have to make him go. And I took that recording and I emailed it to the law guardian, to my lawyer, and to the psychologist. And that was the last time my son had an unsupervised visit with his dad. Due to a very good lawyer, had fighting for me, and I think eventually who realized my situation was very dire for my children. I got full custody of my children in 2017. But I'm in my third round of custody battle with the same, and I have to live through this nightmare time and time again, and it never probably ends. Something needs to be done. We need to protect. We need to believe the mothers and sometimes the fathers who say that there's abuse. The victims need to be protected, and the children need to be protected. Give the children a voice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eva. Annetta Corson? Again, if I'm saying your names wrong, I apologize.
It's quite all right, Mrs. Walker. I am a survivor of Child Protective Services in Nassau County. 40 years ago, I was 5 years old, taken away from my immigrant parents that didn't know how to speak English. I stand here before you to say that I made it. I am a survivor. That I will not go into in detail as to what I had to go through in order to survive. One thing I learned when I trained as an emergency medical technician, a nurse, as well as having a master's in business administration and finance, the most valuable lesson I learned, whenever you want the answers, you always have to follow the money. Many years ago, Ms. Walker, I sent you letters on how more services were needed for the disabled concerning violence. You did nothing. And as far as I'm concerned, the blood of Thomas Valva is on your hands. One of those people were my father. Today is my father's birthday. I visited him at Holy Rood Cemetery in St. Bridget's in Westbury. He would have been 84 years old. He was yet another victim of how great a job Nassau County is doing. Today, I am here as a voice for Thomas Valva, an 8-year-old autistic boy who now speaks for the children, the disabled, and those that have suffered and lost their lives before it was their time in Nassau County at the hands of a generation and a group of people that were empowered to serve the people of this county. In fact, have done quite the opposite. Instead, financially benefited themselves in their positions of power and titles. To paraphrase the words of a 16-year-old activist known as Greta Thunberg, who spoke and addressed the United Nations, "You have stolen my dreams and childhood with your empty words. How dare you? You have failed us." But the young people are starting to understand your betrayal. The eyes of all future generations are upon you right here, right now. And if you choose to continue to fail us, I say we will never forgive you for what you have done. We will not let you get away with this. Right now is where we draw the line. The world is waking up to these abuses. Change is coming, whether you like it or not.
Thank you, Annetta. Marilyn Paulus Kneski.
Good evening. I come to you as a recently retired detective from the NYPD. I spent the last 12-plus years of my 20-year career investigating child abuse cases in the County of Queens. By all means, there are deficiencies at every level and every agency. Right now, we have this one to highlight maybe some of the deficiencies that we have in our system right now. I'm sad that DSS did not stay to hear what I have to say or even explain a couple of things. They threw up a couple of figures on the board saying 87% of their cases in 2019 were maltreatment and neglect, and only 10% were physical, 2% sexual. A lot of cases come in as maltreatment and neglect, and that's just like scraping the surface. There's a whole iceberg underneath. When you do a forensic interview with a child, they're going to reveal more information as you go forward. How many of those 87% numbers have been changed to the side of a physical or sexual abuse? I don't think they answered that question. It was never posed. There are cases when they go out, and I know CPS has a hard job being overworked. I myself have done over maybe 1,500 cases in my 12-year career that were specifically assigned to me, in addition to me helping other team members. And it's hard when you have multiple families and you're inundated and the cases don't stop coming in, and maybe you're the only person working that night, which has happened on occasion. These children, are they being interviewed in a special location? You had the director of the CAC before, the Child Advocacy Center, and they do have a multidisciplinary process where you come in and you have a neutral person interviewing the child in a child-friendly, neutral environment. We're not going into the house and interviewing when the offender's in the other room. We're not going into the school where there's rules and regulations and you were already told if you talk about that bruise, you're going to be taken away. So there's a problem right there with the way we're doing interviews, I believe. If you can, when you do have your overview with them again, ask them about implementing an instant response team. New York City does it. I don't believe Nassau County does. No. So instant response is when you do get this call from the State Central Registry and it funnels down and you have a case where there's an allegation of physical abuse and there is a visible injury, Your child should have been brought to the CAC and interviewed by a forensic interviewer at that. It should not have been marked as duplicate. That child was failed on that part. That's the deficiency. Any type of sexual abuse or any innuendo of sexual abuse, the child should be interviewed in the CAC, where there's someone who knows how to do a forensic interview of a child and is not asking where the offender might still be present. And I think it was you, Legislator Gaylor, that asked if you can move 30 cases and distribute it out. That's very hard. If a CPS worker has a report of family and you pass the buck on to somebody else, that new caseworker has to start new with that family, and it becomes difficult for that family. So it's not like a file you pick up here. You have to start all over and get a rapport with that family and that child. The children are paramount here, so we have to focus on what's best for them. The CAC, the Child Advocacy Center, prevents multiple interviews by multiple agencies. You have everybody come together and get to observe while one forensic interviewer does an interview with a child, and it prevents the trauma from happening over again. But it also helps everybody gain information at the same time. So I thank you very much for my time.
Thank you so much, Marilyn. Francesca Amato.
Me too. I'm on the edge of my seat. Hi, my name is Francesca Amato of Punish for Protecting Incorporated, and I'm not only here today to grieve and stand with the mother and siblings of Thomas Valva, but before I even say that, I also just want to say to you, the only good that can come out of this is that your son is the voice for countless millions and millions of children. That's the only good. And for that, I don't even have words for you, Mom. I'm here to inform you, all of you, that this horrendous tragedy could have been avoided if there was any accountability in this system. And I want to let everybody know right now, I don't negotiate with terrorists. For 12.5 years, I have worked as a family rights advocate across the nation and have kept a database of the countless families that have suffered from the most egregious decisions made by judges, which have resulted in making matters 1,000 times worse, if there was even any real issue at all to begin with. During and after separation, and at a time when emotions may peak, these bad actors intentionally exacerbate conflict by placing their pecuniary interests before our children. Family courts and the Title IV judges target everyone and do not discriminate. It doesn't matter if you're black, white, yellow, blue, rich, or poor. All are subjected to this all are subjected to this unless we effectively stop it now. I have witnessed many times where the courts have granted unfettered access to actual known abusers, which have resulted in the perpetual harming of children, and never once, ever proceeding to the side of caution. I court watch judges all over this state and country, and I'm appalled every day. I watch CPS workers falsify records and lie in every single courtroom I've ever sat in for 12.5 years. So I really would have the real nitty-gritty statistics, because I see it with my eyes for 12.5 years. I work with the families, and you want to talk about case overload? Talk to me about case overload. I work without pay. I do this for the families and beg and plead for judges and CPS and whomever to save and protect these families. I've been to the Department of Justice, the FBI, you name it. I've spoke before Congress. I spoke before the New York State Attorney General's office. I served Letitia James on the 21st. 28 pages of federal crimes against all our families. Tonight, you didn't see anybody foaming from the mouth. You didn't see any mothers with needles hanging out of their mouths. You've seen articulate mothers who have clean, safe backgrounds, restrained from protecting their children. This is disgusting and appalling, and it's been going on for 6 decades. There is no reform for this system. The only thing that needs to be done is abolish and arrest and prosecute every single judge, CPS worker, and anybody else that's complicit to these crimes. When the American people didn't vote this in 1962, that means this is treason, and it's never going to work. You can't have a justice system, a fake jury, no evidence-based practices, a judge that makes all the decisions, And you can't have that when the people never voted it in. That is a disgrace. That's actually completely federal crimes on American soil. Therefore, you can't fix it, you can't reform it. The trillions and trillions of dollars that you put into it, it's all nonsense, and we don't want to hear it anymore. We're disgusted with all of this. I've witnessed the unfettered access given to abusers, and mothers and fathers that are protective are the ones that are restrained from their children. So don't ever tell me that they proceed to the side of caution, because they do not, ever. The truth is that these Title IV courts prey on the families that they claim to protect while receiving funding under the Administration of Children and Families. Their own admittance, 88% of sex-trafficked children come from your organizations, and you're all one body. Family court, CPS, ACS, I don't care what name you give it, foster care, forced adoption, the black market of the adoption industry, you're all one body. You all work together, that's what you do, and we've had it. These judges have all violated their oaths of office and are continually depriving people of their constitutionally protected rights. In the family court, which was never again voted in by the people, families show up to have their rights violated daily. For years, we always have heard from all of the authorities and people in office that they do not have jurisdiction, or that you need to find an attorney. No offense to you, because we love you, by the way. If we had people like you, we wouldn't have these problems. And that they do not have jurisdiction, or that you need to find an attorney for the crimes committed against you that are being rendered as a civil matter by them. Under the ASFA Act of 1997, the removal of children was incentivized. This system of 0%, yes, 0% accountability has ripped families apart and has more blood on its hands than our worst terror attacks combined due to your greed. I am here today to say that we, the people of the state of New York, are sick of this tyranny. Countless people have contacted the state Attorney General Letitia James in the past to no avail. I'm sure all my families back here can agree to that, right? We recently put her on notice on the 8th and on the 21st, 2020, with a sworn affidavit. Due to these courts being devoid of the Constitution, they currently are the cause of severe human rights abuses and continually torture families through the falsehoods and manufactured conflicts. Parents are punished for protecting their own flesh and blood, while officers of the court, who swore to protect and serve us, are intentionally depriving parents of their rights day in and day out. Being a parent is a constitutionally protected right. Any judge knowingly depriving a person of their rights while acting under color of law is committing treason. I work as a national advocate and can tell you that some of these judges are involved in more than just their misconduct in the courtroom. These are judges that are involved in covering up the deaths of children in other states. I stand with thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of families after both my son and I were targeted and continue to be targeted by Anthony McGinty, and have come to realize that this is the gateway to child and human trafficking. This is the door to child trafficking, period. New York ranks 5th in the nation for human trafficking. The Hudson Valley is #1. Family courts empower narcissists, and the judges in this venue do whatever they wish under the guise of the children's best interest standard. Narcissists are empowered, and perjury is highly encouraged in family court. Why would we want to give these people any more chances? The only answer to this is abolish and arrest. The issue is that the people don't truly know about family court, CPS, ACS, or whatever ASS name you want to give them until it's too late. Once CPS gets involved, anything is possible. Once family court gets involved, anything is possible. They intentionally tear apart families and get rewarded for it. I consider them to be child predator services. This system that is based off greed has totally been exposed now. I have dedicated my life to stopping this system after having understood that it preyed on those it claims to protect. My biggest fears is that there may be people here asking for reform of these courts, which we saw tonight. But make no mistake, this is not a father or mother issue. It is not an isolated issue at all. These courts are not broken. They are designed this way to ensure that the state is receiving unlimited access to federal grant money. They do not need any more funding. They need to be cut off. This system can no longer continue. CPS, ACS, family court workers are so quick to remove children and often falsely claim that a parent abused or neglected their children, but they're abused in the system, and they're abused by being ripped from their families. That's abuse under ACE research, Adverse Childhood Experiences. Then go on to place children in foster care, where they go on to be physically, emotionally, mentally, and sexually abused. Parents are affected daily by this injustice system of family court. I am the author of a 2-time best-selling book called Punished for Protecting the Injustice System of Family Court. This is a system based off fraud and deceit, and more than often, children are placed in harm's way. We all must have a moral compass and obligation to end this nightmare. I strongly advocate for the repeal of the Family Court Act, abolishment of the family courts, and arrest every single last judge, every single last person that's involved. These are crimes. They have victimized our families. Ignoranta juris non excusat. Ignorance of the law excuses no one. You can find me at punishforbeingaaparent.com or on Facebook at Francesca Amato. And I just want to read off some judges besides Judge Zimmerman and all the other judges involved that have been a part of the death of this child, and that this poor mother, what she's had to deal with. And I'm so proud of your strength. I know you have faith in God. Anthony McGinty of Ulster County, Marianne Mizell, Ulster County, Carrie Savona, Ulster County, Joan Picarillo, Queens County, Lori Currier Woods, Orange County, Joan Posner, Dutchess County, Michael McGuire, Sullivan County, Tracy McKenzie, Dutchess County, Sharon Lavallo, Erie County, Mary Tarantelli, Chemung County, Spiro Pines, Broome County, Michael Sullivan, Chattooga, I think it says, County, Ilana Grubel, Kings County, Peter DeLizzo, wants to give a child to a man who's a pedophile, and he's actually wanted on the Interpol. He wants to give full custody of this child who's being protected in Russia. Staten Island. John Brennan, Herkimer County. Leonard Steinman, Nassau County. Matthew Cooper, Jennifer Sketcher, Amy Ingram. These are some of the attorneys, child attorneys that lie constantly. Referee Marilyn Sugarman. Janet D. Fiore, Chief Judge of New York State, who's been told by all of my victims for years and years and years and years what's going on. They know what's going on. Lawrence Marks, Peter Matrone, Deborah Kaplan, Patrick O'Sullivan. Sorry, I'm Italian, sorry. And I try to do it within 3 minutes, but I know I didn't make that. But that's the list. That's just some of the worst, but they're all worst. Say the name? Judge Morgenthau. And also, part of my team is here today. I have licensed social workers, retired New York State Police, constitutional experts, doctors, you name it, families that are ripped apart. Dorothy's been put through hell through this county. She's been literally put through hell. ACS is torturing her. It's disgusting what's going on, and we've had enough of it. We want to see them shut down and held accountable. These are good families. They're not on drugs. They're not abusers. They're good families. All we want to do is protect our children. And you all lie to us and tell us that you're protecting them by stealing them and endangering them. It makes no sense. Abolish, arrest.
Thank you, Francesca. Elizabeth Petrakis.
Wait, don't start my time yet. Thank you. My glasses. Okay. Good evening, legislative panel. Thank you for having us. I would like to send my sincere condolences to Justina. I am heartfelt. It's just horrible. I'm a mother of 3. My name is Elizabeth Petrakis, mother of 3, resident of Old Brookville, Nassau County. And I'm here to just inform you guys about a few things. Fact, there is 1 divorce to every 2.4 marriages in the United States. The fear of the unknown during divorce continues to affect
millions who face divorce each year, feeling lost, confused, and alone due to the lack of resources. Divorce has been linked to emotional and financial destruction, drugs and alcohol abuse, domestic violence, child abuse, suicide, and even the murder of a spouse or a child. There are over 1 million children affected by divorce each year. Fact, when there are no real resources, people feel overwhelmed, lost, and alone. It is at those darkest hours that terrible things can happen, including suicide, homicide of a spouse or a child, or even a family member. Divorce is not only financially, emotionally, and physically devastating, but also divorce kills. I am not a lawyer, but I have had firsthand experience representing myself, just as Justina and other women here, and men, I'm sure, in my own divorce case that lasted approximately 10 years in Nassau County. It was before Honorable Judge Anthony Falanga, as well as before Honorable Judge Stacey Bennett. My case dragged out over many years and cost over $700,000 in legal fees due to, in part, the frivolous motion practice by both parties' counsel and adjournments by the court month after month, year after year. I realized soon that I was not only fighting my spouse, I was fighting my lawyers. I was then fighting the judges who didn't have all of the facts, yet wrote decisions based on misrepresentations by law guardians regarding my children. It was finally after almost 10 years, after severe physical, emotional, and financial devastation, that our case was appointed a referee by the judge. It was miraculous. The referee was given an outline of issues to address with counsel and the parties by the judge. Both parties' counsel were forced to sit and present all of the real issues that were outstanding to the referee, and they were given a prompt deadline to comply with options for solutions. My husband and I had no choice but to sit down and discuss the problems, financial problems and dealing with children issues, and we had to come up with solutions. The referee would also assist to resolve issues, and a settlement would be reached. Before an unbiased referee was appointed to our case, help and resources were scarce to none. I too was lost and alone. I soon realized that so many people were in my shoes, and I knew something had to be done. And in 2013, I created a company called Divorce Prep School. What Divorce Prep School is, it provides a 3-hour educational seminar to empower and protect men, women, and children through the knowledge of certified professional panelists. Just like you guys are sitting there on a panel, the panel included former judges, lawyers, financial planners, child psychologists, mediators, life coach, family therapist, forensic accountant, and more, as people would navigate through the arduous process of divorce. They could find resources and guidance from these certified experts so that they could stay in control of their lives and not feel alone nor overwhelmed before, during, or after divorce. The problem, in Nassau County alone, there are approximately 5,000 divorces filed each year. That means there are 10,000 individuals who are in need of guidance and resources. Prolonged divorce cases cause emotional, physical, and financial devastation, and even death to litigants, their children, and their families. I know firsthand that the courts haven't done anything to fix this problem. The courts are also overwhelmed. They're backlogged, and they need help. While many people are pointing the fingers at the courts for what happened in this terrible case, and I know it's easy to point fingers, I have to say that there's a problem that needs a solution. The truth is that it's not only the judge's faults entirely. The fact is that the courts and judges need more resources of their own, and they are in need of an innovative solution that can help to ensure that something like this never happens again. What happened to me after 10 years of litigating, when the judge finally appointed a mediator, not a mediator, a referee, for us to deal with issues, that was the only time something got done on our case. That was the only time we were able to resolve issues. I am proposing, and I would like to formally and respectfully request that you, the legislative panel of representatives, collectively sign to sponsor an emergency bill to Congress that will empower and protect the lives of divorcing individuals and their families through the knowledge of experts by mandating the attendance of every divorcing litigant to a 3-hour informational seminar. By implementing a mandatory attendance of litigants, litigants would be provided substantial funding. Litigants would be able to find resources from experts. The solution is that litigant attendance would also provide substantial funding to the courts. If the issue is that there's no money for the courts to provide, to hire mediators or referees, no, it's different. I'm talking about hiring appointed referees to each case of a litigated course. Anyone who files for divorce has to not only attend a divorce prep program or something of that nature, but also needs to be appointed by the judge, a referee, and a mediator, and/or a mediator. My proposal would also raise over $1 million each year for each court that this program is in, and that money could be allocated to hire mediators and referees. So if the question is, what is the problem? What is the problem? Is there a solution? Do any of you up there, we're hearing all night that there are problems. Do any of you on the legislative panel have a solution in mind?
Send the money to Iran.
I think that we don't have a solution, but I have found a solution. I've worked tirelessly on this. I have a passion, I have a fire inside of me to help save lives. And I've been working on this since 2013, and I know deep down in my soul that a program that would be mandated by Congress, signed by the President of the United States, mandating every litigant to attend a 3-hour, to attend a 3-hour educational program, and also be assigned referees and mediators for their divorce cases. Things would be moved along very quickly, and additionally, a specialized task force dedicated to assisting and overseeing the hiring and progress of mediators and referees, as well as making sure that cases are getting the attention they deserve, are moving ahead. Here's the question. What is the solution? It's not abolish and arrest, because everybody up there on the panel, they're not going to abolish and arrest judges. We need solutions. People need help.
Can we give everyone the courtesy, please?
So I also have to just let you know that it's true that judges don't allow litigants to speak, and lawyers oftentimes do not represent the real issues that need to be addressed. And cases get adjourned and adjourned and adjourned month after month, year after year, and that's why the families fall apart. Law guardians that can be biased are appointed to cases, and it's terrible what can happen to families. It's terrible that people are dying. Spouses are killing spouses. Fathers are killing their children, vice versa. It's terrible. When cases become acrimonious, this is what happens. I would like to just let you know that I have requested that this bill be sponsored by other legislators, and I had sent out many letters to, and including Nassau County Executive Laura Curran, Chief Administrative Judge Lawrence Marks, Chief Honorable Judge Janet Fiore, Chief Administrative Judge Vito Caruso, Peter King, and others. Now, I received a a response just the other day from Vito Caruso's chambers stating, thank you.
Elizabeth, if you could just kind of.
Yes,
try to
I
wrap
just
it up
want to
because-
say thank you, that they said, thank you, Mrs. Petrakis, thank you for your email. However, Judge Caruso would like to decline to hear anything further of how you would like to implement something into the courts to help save lives. So that, to me, is very disturbing. And I would like to ask again, respectfully request that you all, as a panel, collectively sign to sponsor an emergency bill that would empower and protect the lives of divorcing litigants. And I would and I would like for everyone here in the public to sign a petition.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yvette Stark?
Hi, I don't have anything officially prepared, but it's ironic that I'm following the last speaker. I just want to say that the family and the divorce courts involving CPS and every other known entity, they operate with judges in these so-called family courts. They're really admiralty courts, and these are administrators. They're not even judges with jurisdiction. They violate the rights of the children in the courts and myself as an adult just coming out of a 10-year divorce. However, I was sued for $9 million last week for slandering my lawyer ex-spouse, part of the inside crowd. So in reference to anything involving family court and divorce court, I think both of these courts needs to be killed, and all of the people working for them need to go to jail because, and I will tell you why, because these are incentivized courts to weaponize children with parents. That's number one. And I just want to say, and I'm in solidarity with many people that are here, because I have also gone to the congressional hearing, and I have also marched with many different groups in Washington, D.C., the Million Parent March, the Punished for Protection group that's here, and also the For the Children people, as well as the American Families and the American Parents March. I have been to Charles Schumer's office with 10 people and met with his assistants and talked about Child Protective Services and divorce court, because you know what? They are two sides. They are the same side, they're two sides of the same coin. And the same abuses and the same deprivation of rights and the same twisting intrinsically of the facts that happen extrinsically and intrinsically. Intrinsically, everything is twisted, so the facts are wrong. And then the court uses these facts extrinsically to give you no money, or to force the sale of your home, or to take your children away from you and put them with abusive parents who are like psychotic and are not being evaluated properly by Child Protective Services. I was forced to go to a referee trial, and I have a traumatic brain injury. And I have many physical problems. I walk with a walker. And I'm scheduled to hopefully have surgery in a week on my back and even on my shoulder. But I have a lawyer spouse who's threatening to throw me out of my house because my judge, Matthew Cooper in New York City, along with Janet DeFiore, who knows me very well because I wrote to her for many years, is threatening to throw me out of my house. Before I go, I just want to say two things, and I want to read some judges and lawyers' names. First of all, the federal law, the U.S. Code titled 18, Section 242, very clearly states that any public official who violates anyone's rights is committing a felony and should go to prison for up to a life term or receive the death penalty, depending on the depending on the circumstances. And then I don't know if there is a record here or not, but I definitely want these names put on the record. In 2016, I wrote letters about Child Protective Service and divorce court. Okay, I wrote letters to Loretta Lynch, who was the Attorney General of the United States at that time. Preet Bharara, who's now teaching at NYU, the U.S. Attorney's Office from the Southern District of New York. The Honorable Andrew Cuomo, Governor of New York State, who needs to be removed. James Comey, Director of the FBI headquarters, who's involved in some of this impeachment stuff with Trump. Eric T. Schneiderman, Esquire, who was the New York State Attorney General and seemed to be abusing women or had some issues with some violence towards women. Cyrus R. Vance, who was the New York County District Attorney's Office. David Crowley, who was the Assistant District Attorney. Senator Brad Hoylman, who was from my district in Greenwich Village in New York City. Liz Kruger, Velmonte Montgomery, and Letitia James, who I'm going to serve on Friday in support of Punish for Protecting. The public, she was the city public advocate then. Now she's the Attorney General. Wait till I serve these papers on Friday. Congressman Gerald Nadler. And I had a CC go to Council Member Corey Johnson in District 3, who is in Chelsea, just next to Greenwich Village, who I know personally. I know many of these people personally, because I don't just live in my area. I protest, I show up at town meetings. I'm very involved with seniors in my community, and I'm just appalled by the continuation of the abuse and the corruption and the violence of the Child Protective Service system, the family courts, and divorce courts. And I just want to read, and I'm almost done, I just need to read a few more people's names on the record. Matthew Cooper is the I don't give these people any honorable names, okay? It's Matthew Cooper. He's an administrator judge in an admiralty court. Jennifer Schechter, who just got like a promotion to the Supreme Court, who held a $6 million slander suit against me from my husband, a lawyer, and it was dismissed, okay? But she held it for 1.5 years. So the referee judge could use that against me, against all my Facebook information, going to court with many of the people that are here. And I told the truth, okay? She dismissed it because the corruption is the truth. Whatever this panel is presenting is mumbo jumbo. Half of you probably need to go to jail. I don't know how many people on this panel are pedophiles. A lot of the information here and the underlying system of business is about pedophilia, and it is about trafficking children, and it is about human abuse, not just for children but for the adults.
Okay.
So, no, I want to read, you will let me read these names because these are your judges that run your courts. Okay, Deborah Kaplan, who oversees the clerk of the court and ignored all my letters for all the attorneys and judges' oaths of office and their bonds. Peter Moulton, Lawrence Marks, referee Marilyn Sugarman, she should be shot. Janet DeFiore ignored me for so many years. Matthew Cooper again. I want to say that my husband, Richard Katz, needs to be added here. Jeffrey R. Schissel, his accountant. I've not included bankers, by the way. These are just lawyers. Jonathan Andrew Rappaport, Preston Avrams Leshings, Bill Vassilides, he's out of Astoria. Michael P. Joseph, who was my husband's ex-lawyer. Richard Katz again, my husband. Tim Corbo, the clerk of Matthew Cooper. All the clerks need to be evaluated. They're all trading bonds without our permission, and all of our cases are being traded in the courtroom for Chris, For the
Okay.
for the judges,
Excuse me.
CRIS, they're private retirement systems. That's why we're held hostage for 10 years, because they're trading, they're bonding our cases. They're bonding our slavery and our labor.
Okay.
So they make money.
Yvette,
I'm not done. Judges,
Excuse me.
judges retire with $7 million, $5 million. Nobody knows about it. They're not taxed by the IRS. Are you any of those judges? I'm wondering. That's all I have to say.
Sarah Dipper.
Enforce the law, prosecute crooked judges. They're the heads.
Sarah Dipper. Sarah's up, and I think there's 8 more after Sarah. Okay. All right, do you need a break now? You want a break now? All right, Sarah, can you just, we need to give our court reporter just a few minutes. So if you just-
Absolutely,
if
no
you just
problem.
wait.
No problem, thank you.
Just don't think we're coming right back. Don't think we're disappearing.
Hey guys, how are you? I gotta tell you, that guy.
Hold on to your socks.
Lawyer. No, what's his name? He is called every single legislative never gets off the phone. What's his name? You know who it is. Michael. Oh, what's his name? 347, the phase-in for the. Oh my God. He gets he is on the phone for hours, but I keep on saying, why are you all spending hours talking to him?
He goes around my community with a t-shirt that has
By the way, I have to tell you, there are times, and you can tell us, I finally say, Michael, the conversation is over, but I just physically say, hey. And I, you know, you know,
Except people take an extra, they had 3 minutes, but they took an extra 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That kills.
I know.
But they have to let people vent.
Oh, yeah.
Give them a little extra time to vent. And this is good. In New York City, they cut you off 3 minutes. You may get a minute open, that's it.
Oh, yes.
but,
I stopped ACS from getting funding from New York City Council 1 year.
Good.
Yeah. Testify against them because me and myself and Tishtan was getting ready to do a lawsuit against them. Now we got to force her. You see, she's on the pressure because this corporation, called ACS and Family Court, they work hand in hand, and they was assassinated her ass if she don't do what they tell her to do.
Wow.
Trust me. I had to tell her, she put up that front, but she knows that
Oh, yeah.
her life is...
Oh, yeah. It's
They're known for taking people.
I know. It's disgusting what they do. It is absolutely horrible.
April.
Yeah, 11 o'clock. I wonder how much more.
I know that you were also falsely accused.
Oh, yes.
And also, I think what these people don't understand is they don't have like a family in the system and they're not in the system. They don't understand. I found out yesterday that CPS is electronically monitoring my son's emails, which is, by the way, a federal felony. They don't have a warrant. My son's not a drug dealer. I mean, as far as I know.
No, right.
Or they're monitoring mine. One way or another, they got the email. So she sends it to me instead of saying, Dorothy, please refrain from. First of all, there's not a do not, what's it called? Do not contact. It's simply like do not harass, do not intimidate, no corporal punishment. I wrote him a love letter. I'm like, it's almost Valentine's Day, honey. You know I'm really into holidays. I love you so much. I cried so hard when you got on the stand and said that you slept outside, that you slept in the snow. Well, what happened was he was kicked out of the shelter. He got kicked out of the shelter for not obeying the rules. Then he went to his friend's house. The friend's parents kicked him out. Then he went to another shelter, and guess what? He got kicked out for allegedly trying to sell drugs to the younger kids because my son has mental health issues. He has conduct disorder, and there's a high comorbidity between conduct disorder and drug abuse.
Oh, yes. I know.
and my son has been abandoned by my ex-husband, who's living the high life in Dubai. And when they sit there and lie and say, we talk to both parents, really? So they call my ex-husband, who's a multimillionaire in Dubai, American, born in Brooklyn, Mr. American, who probably was the first architect of the dark webs, and they get him on the phone, on a phone number that my son had and had not given to me. I'm like, Alex, your dad owes me $800,000 in child support. I could buy my house in Manhasset by now, but I'm paying $4,000 in rent so you can go to this wonderful school system. So Alex hid it from me in anger again, because his father said, don't give it to your mom because she's crazy. Of course. They lied. They got him on the phone. They got him on the phone on a Dubai cell phone. And you know what he said? I really don't want anything part of this. And they have every time I go to court, there's Robert Hill, my ex-husband's name, is always on the. He's always on the court records.
God Almighty.
So tell me, by the way, oh, I dug and I dug and I dug.
Great.
I dug last night till 3 in the morning. I found an association called Long Island Association. It's by the Shivi family. They're like a gas delivery company, big company.
Okay.
And I did the research on the family in Rockville Center. Allison Crone is their cousin. Allison Crone is Allison Crone. Oh.
I'd ask everyone to come back to the chambers, please. And this is the one I just did, right? Yeah, that's the one I just did.
Is that what it is? Bluetooth system?
Well, it's wireless to that router. But I texted it. That's it. Get the vendor to get it out.
Okay, you could begin.
Good evening.
Could you
and
just repeat your name again for the court report?
My name is Sarah Dipper. I am here on behalf of Punished for Protecting with Francesca Amato. I am one of her many assistants, and I have worked very, very vigorously with her for the past 2 years, advocating for other families as well as myself. I hold here in my hand a copy of the Children's Bill of Rights, and I have never, ever seen this upheld in family court, not once. Do you understand? Not even once. I have seen, I will list the attorneys that have completely ignored, and judges that have completely ignored these things. Ann Weaver, Kelly Brady, who is the AFC for my children, who is, if she zealously is representing my children, she doesn't even speak to them. CPS workers, Blaze Sackett, who gave testimony in court to the fact that my child had his head put through the wall by his father, but yet that case was unfounded, no credible evidence of child abuse. He has a scar on the back of his head from that. Lori Miller, who gave a false report in court, false testimony on record, as well as Clear French, who indicated me in a case on absolutely no fact whatsoever. I appealed it and it was overturned. As well as Jillian Hill, and she was presented with pictures of my son's face with a handprint across it where he was hit by his father. And there was no credible evidence of child abuse in that case either. I am so sick and tired of missing my children. And I guarantee you, every one of you up there have a child or a grandchild or a niece or nephew that you all love very much. And you would go to the ends of the earth to protect all of them. Am I correct? Of course you would. So I would lay down and fire before I would ever let somebody harm my children, but I don't have the opportunity to protect them because I have 1 hour a week under paid supervised visitation. And I am so tired of the fake family court system. Yes, it's a fake family court system because it is not, in fact, a court system. It's a private, or it's a for-profit business. The judges
are administrators in that business, yet they sign orders every single day, destroying children's lives, destroying parents' lives, keeping the protective parent who is trying to keep their child safe away from them. Why? Why is the court system doing that? Explain that. I would love an answer for that, please. Thank you very much, Francesca. Exactly. It's all about money. It's right. It's all about the fraud. If a CPS worker who was up here earlier, they stated how they lose sleep over their stressful jobs and whatnot, it holds no comparison to the amount of nights that I have laid awake in my bed worrying about the safety of my children and every other child and family that I advocate for. I do this every day, 25 hours a day, 8 days a week. And I do it because I want to change the system. The system needs to be abolished. These judges need to be arrested and put in prison. Yes, thank you. I will name the judges at this point that I am absolutely going to see behind bars. I will not rest until that happens. Do you all understand that? Joan Posner, who destroyed my life out of Dutchess County, took my children from me, kept me from my children for an entire year. I couldn't even speak to my children. An entire year. And I understand that there are other mothers and fathers that have gone through that longer, but every single minute that you are not able to have your child know that they are safe, it is absolute torture, no matter how long it goes on. So Joan Posner, Tracy McKenzie, who signed an order stating that I am not allowed to speak to Francesca. Last time I checked, I have the freedom of speech. I have every single right to uphold my First Amendment to freedom of speech. Joan Posner signed a gag order saying that I am not allowed to post things on Facebook. Well, guess what? World, listen to me on Facebook. I don't care any social media. I am not afraid of these people. I am not afraid of what they are trying to do to me any longer because they backed me into a corner and I will not back down any longer. I got up off my knees because I am sick and tired of this. The last judge I will name is also Joseph Agito, who is the supervising judge over the 9th Judicial District. He took my children from me again. After Posner already had done that, he took my children from me after my life was threatened by my children's father. And I apparently coached my children in that situation. Okay? That is absolutely ridiculous. And as far as I am concerned, I have never, ever seen any attorney for the children zealously represent their clients. If you are representing a client, how do you represent them if you don't even speak to them? Please tell me that, because as far as I'm concerned, Kelly Brady, who is my children's AFC, has only talked to my children maybe a handful of times. She does not know my children. She does not know me. And I am so tired of hearing, well, you have to do this, you have to do that. I've done everything that court has asked me to do, everything, and I still don't have my children back. Why? They allow children to be, as well as on top of keeping them from their parents, loving parents, they over-medicate children to chemically restrain them so that they don't have to deal with all the emotion and the trauma that these children experience. So as far as I am concerned, the pediatricians who prescribe that medication, the judges who allow that, the attorney for the children who allow these atrocious, disgusting drugs to be prescribed. My son is on Risperdal. There is a lawsuit that was won because men can grow breasts on that medication. I have begged to have my son taken off of that medication, and it has not happened. He is 10 years old, my little boy, and he should not be on that medication because the reason he's on it is to keep him calm and keep him quiet because nobody wants to deal with his emotions. So as far as I am concerned, Letitia James, our Attorney General, we served her January 21st, I apologize. And She had 48 hours to shut down the family court system, and it's still running right now. Why? She needs to be held accountable. She needs to be held accountable. She is the one who is supposed to be the one who is watching these judges. There's no checks and balances in family court, none, no whatsoever. And if that is her job as the Attorney General, then she needs to do it. And as everybody that is in this room and all the CPS workers that were in this room earlier, quite honestly, I've only met maybe 3 or 4 good CPS workers, and all the rest of them seem they're corrupt. They're corrupt. In Dutchess County, the corruption is basically in the water. I'm telling you, I have seen it firsthand time and time and time again, not only in my case, but in all cases I advocate for. And I am tired of hearing moms cry to me, fathers cry to me, I miss my children, I need to be with my children, I need to know they're safe. I am tired of laying awake and crying and missing my children, holding their stuffed animals, hugging their blankets, and crying. There are certain days that I cannot even bring myself to get out of bed because of the PTSD and the depression that I suffer from because of this system. We need to abolish the system and arrest these judges and arrest these people that have abused us. The social workers, the people that have abused us should not be able to walk around freely. They should be behind bars. And as far as I'm concerned, Joan Posner retired in 2018, and when I put her behind bars, that's where she will stay for the rest of her retirement. Mark my words, I will not rest until I know children are safe and until I know that this actually changed something and this is over, because there is no reason that any parent or child should ever have to suffer through this again. And if any CPS worker or anybody that is involved in this, a judge, attorney, whoever they may be, can take your child from you that day and go home and sit across from the dinner table and look at their child and tuck them into bed and get them up in the morning and be able to hug them and kiss them anytime they want to? Why am I deprived that right? Why is everybody else deprived that right? There is no reason for that whatsoever. God gave me the ability to bear my children. I was blessed by the Lord to have my children, so how dare any man step on that? Thank you very much.
Mark Ronald Simon.
Good evening, everyone. Condolences to the families. Justina. I'm here as a father, a grief father, minister, and concerned neighbor. There's 2 sides to the story. I know this may not fit the agenda of this committee right now, but you need to hear from families like myself and the people that have spoken recently. I'm speaking from my own experiences with the family court, with CPS. We were victims of CPS in Nassau County on and around 2015 by unverified complaints by Dr. Brancaccio and Lisa Marty from Long Beach School District. In summary, my family and I were victims of Hurricane Sandy, and we were rebuilding our home, and there was a false allegation of neglect. Long story short, with the assistance of public advocates, one of them in the room, Dr. Marcus from Brooklyn, and also concerned neighbors, the claims were dismissed, and they filed the case as unfounded. My question to this committee is, why aren't the wrongdoers that made these unverified complaints and frivolous reports not punished? All right? Currently, I am a victim of constructive fraud, malicious prosecution, and identity theft. Magistrates at King's Family Court are Nicholas J. Palos, Elizabeth Shamus, and Supervising Judge Amanda White, are all guilty of misrepresentations, conspiracy against me at the King's Family Court. It has been over a decade, okay, of me making complaints to state assemblymen, attorney general, the president, Congress, decades, all right, a decade. I just want to emphasize that. Against these wrongdoers. Of recent, this is new discovery now, of recent, after reviewing the court file with Dr. Marcus from Brooklyn, usually when I went on my own to review the court file at King's Family Court, they would say there's certain paperwork in there that's, what's the word they use, Fran? That it's proprietary, or you can't view certain paperwork in the file? No, it's not confidentiality. Restricted or something, Okay. Now, just sidebar, I've been in other venues dealing with foreclosure because of what family court has done to me and my family. I was able to view files in Supreme Court and federal court. Why is it in this venue in family court I'm not able to view the whole file? That's another question I have before this venue here. Due to new discovery, they mistakenly left an application that was filled out by my now 18-year-old daughter's mother, and it alleges that I was married to her and divorced. This is a lie. I was never married to my children's mother. We were young, over a decade ago. But I've just found out that I've been maliciously prosecuted against under false allegations. All right? They had it in their file that we were married. Okay? I'm in the process of giving notice to this fraudulent court. I've tried over the decade to redress this issue. I've never been served properly. There's no proof of service on the record. There's no proof of jurisdiction. I've hired attorneys. I've did it on my own. It's just a mess. They keep adjourning, and no redress. Okay. Prior to this, I filed a petition for visitation for my daughter in 2003. Long story short, within that decade, all my visitation right was violated by the mother. When the judge Amanda in Queens Family Court, this is where the mother alleged she lived, she ordered more visitation for me. The mother maliciously, all right, used the court system as a sword against me, all right? Maliciously filed police reports, 2 police reports during the era of President Obama's era of reformation with domestic violence and stuff like that. Filed malicious, frivolous police reports against me, leading to my 11-year tenure at New York City Transit as a bus operator termination, okay? Mind you, this time I'm married with 4 sons with my wife, and I can't tell you the amount of stress it's put on my marriage and my relationship with my daughter, not even seeing my daughter, who is now 18 years old, that hates me because she said I gave up on her, okay? I painfully decided to not fight and drop my petition for my firstborn daughter. And the family court has failed my daughter. The family court is not a venue of adjudication, nor just. It's not just, nor or fair. It must be abolished. I stand with Francesca Amato in the abolishment of the family court and the child support agency. In closing, there is emoluments violations going on with these state actors. Myself and others give verbal notice that investigations being ordered by remonstrance directly with the legislator will be filed to revoke business licenses and persecute bad state actors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anthony Sabelli?
Thank you for having me. I'm going to go a little bit over 3 minutes, and first I'd like to give notice to the American flags there with their gold fringe. 'Cause we know what that means. So I'm going to say what I said yesterday in front of a legislator. From what I have witnessed thus far in the year and change that I've had to deal with the family courts and child protective services, I can tell you that these individuals are not in fact government and are not de jure through their private corporate statuses. These courts are being run as banks and involved in daily systemic fraud, whilst tearing families apart through methods of coercion, intimidation, and the fact that there is no one that has accountability over their nefarious acts while acting under color of law. The reason why I believe that it is all too common to hear that these people that we go to for help don't have the jurisdiction or tell us that it's a civil matter is because they do not wish to impede on the state's ability to generate this blood money of Title IV funding from Social Security. While no one may be perfect, no one deserves to deal with these tyrants, as they are far worse than the enemy combatants that I once faced, called the Wahhabists over in Iraq. I took an oath years ago to protect the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, both foreign and domestic. These judges have also taken a very similar oath on the Constitution and have once sworn to act under it and uphold it, yet they are not. That is treason. Well, today I am glad to say that I have identified the domestic threat. Family courts don't offer any constitutional protection, as they are private and not in fact courts of record. Make no mistake, when I might be mentioning family court, let's not forget the other courts that handle matrimonial matters, which are under Title IV programs. The judges in both venues are not acting in the capacity of judges. They are paid administrators under contract with Title IV agencies. That means that their judicial performance is tainted due to their emoluments, rendering them in no way impartial. You heard it. These courts are not only defrauding Health and Human Services and the United States government, but they are operating as banks through their grants and bonds that they create off of each case. These courts are not upholding the United States Constitution as well as the New York State Constitution, yet the judges are New York State judges. The Constitution of the United States has a 13th Amendment that no longer appears on current copies of the Constitution. The intent of this missing 13th Amendment was to prohibit lawyers from serving in government. I am sure that all of you in this crowd here tonight have heard the term a licensed attorney. Well, get ready for this in case you guys don't know. There is no such thing as an attorney license to practice law. The United States Supreme Court held a long time ago that the practice of law cannot be licensed by any state. This was so stated in a case named Schwarb versus Board of Examiners 352 U.S. 232, 1957. The issue today is that too many people trust the concept of having an attorney. Having an attorney makes you a ward of the court. According to USLegal.com, a ward is defined as a person, usually a minor or incompetent, who has a guardian appointed by them to care for and take responsibility for that person. As officers of the court, these lawyers or bar, British accredited registry members, are loyal to no other than that of their Title IV D and E gods and the British Crown, which they have sold their souls to. Most of their day includes lying to clients to entice them, deceiving parents and leading them into more conflict, and conspiring with Child Protective Services to manufacture lies. By applying the corrupt motive doctrine or Powell doctrine to this current CPS Title IV equitable fake court child trafficking crisis, we can all prove, and I say we can all prove here, the families that have been victimized by this system, that any evidence of a corrupt motive, any perjured testimony, and acts done in bad faith demonstrate illegitimate and fraudulent acts, thus rendering everything done to us as fruit of the poisonous tree, and that they were done knowingly, seeking a preordained result, most of the time done in ex parte fashion. These courts prey on families and rake in massive federal funding. This is a human rights crisis and consists of many federal crimes. Our State Attorney General Letitia James was put on verbal notice on January 8th of 2020 about these criminal enterprises which are masquerading as serving in the children's best interests. The Attorney General was also served notice by affidavit on January 21st of 2020, in which we broadcasted live on Francesca Amato's page, and which now has resulted in 19.5 thousand views. We had informed her that we knew that she did not create this mess, but she does have the power to stop it as it is happening under her watch. The State Attorney General has not yet responded to the people of the state of New York. Instead, she wishes to focus her energy on tweets and things going on in Missouri and instigating a propagandist agenda of insinuating that the NYPD is targeting MTA fare evaders only because of their skin color. Consider this to all of you, a verbal FOIL request, keeping in mind that you work for us and not the other way around. We know who the major stakeholders are in this industry. Maximus Incorporated is under Soros Fund Management. That means George Soros. You know, the guy that rounded up the Jews and he worked for the Nazis, his own people, but now the internet wants to change history and says he was a victim. And 31% of their money comes from New York State alone, and they're operating in many countries. So to our State Attorney General, you're supposed to work for us, not for those who profit from human rights abuses which are protected under the Uniform Commercial Code, because the United States Constitution or New York State Constitution doesn't apply in this venue. So here's a list of what I'm asking you, well, telling you, putting you on verbal notice: a comprehensive financial report, either a comprehensive annual financial report, a CAFR, or a court registry investment system, like Yvette Katz mentioned earlier, a CRIS of the following entities: Suffolk County Supreme Court, 234 Griffin Avenue, Riverhead, New York, 11901. 400 Carlton Avenue, John P. Callahan Jr. Courthouse, Central Islip, New York, 11722. 1 Court Street, Riverhead, New York, 11901. 210 Center Drive, Arthur Cromartie Court Complex, Riverhead, New York, 11901. 3105 Veterans Memorial Highway, first floor, Ronkonkoma, New York, 11779. Any others admitted? Suffolk County Family Court, 400 Carlton Avenue, John P. Callahan Jr. Courthouse, Central Islip, New York, 11722. 210 Center Drive, Arthur M. Cromartie Complex, second floor, Riverhead, New York, 11901. Any others admitted? Suffolk County Child Protective Services. 2, presentment of the legal structure, including type of entity, certificate of incorporation, tax status, capital structure, including identification of all shareholders/owners, articles of incorporation, bylaws for the following entities: Suffolk County Supreme Court et al., Suffolk County Family Court et al., Suffolk County Child Protective Services. 3, detailed report of all sources of income/proceeds on a case-by-case basis, names omitted, for fiscal year 2019 for the following entities: Suffolk County Supreme Court, Suffolk County Family Court, and the Suffolk County Child Protective Services. One more thing. Laws. I hear people mentioning laws. This is total lawlessness and is protected under Uniform Commercial Code, and our kids are considered commerce. That's the problem here. And see, when people say that CPS is being weaponized against them, it's no conspiracy theory. Even Nancy Pelosi's son herself, Paul Pelosi, who my good friend Patrick Howley, a great reporter, he covered the story that Paul Pelosi used CPS to steal 3 children of his girlfriend, Karina Fang. If CPS is going to exist, this is what I'm going to tell you guys, that they should all be wearing body cameras. And believe me, that'll shut down their business a lot, and the state won't be able to make that much money anymore. If our state really cared about families, these courts would have adopted criminal court evidentiary standards and burden of proof a long time ago. Letitia James was put on notice, and I'm holding her criminally responsible in the death of Thomas Valva. Whoever was Whoever was talking earlier, I believe it was the commissioner of CPS, mentioned the policies and procedures of CPS is a total liar. She's knowingly provided false information and should be arrested. These people have sold their souls and lie on a daily basis, as they just did tonight. Now, I also need to inform you that I have 2 insiders in CPS agencies in New York State.
Anthony, if you could just please wrap it up.
Yes. These fake courts are actually being run as banks with grants as well as bonds and securities created off of them in each case. The judges are in position of emoluments, and there needs to be investigations ordered by remonstrance, like my great friend just said, through a legislator to revoke business licenses and prosecute them. Now, one more thing. Well, 3 more things. Today at 4:21 p.m., Daniela Royce of ABC 7, who claims that she saw me speak yesterday, she contacted me and she wanted to know about this story. And she said that I sounded like a conspiracy theorist when I said that these courts are doing all this stuff that I just brought before you. And she even questioned Justine's credibility as being a good parent when she spoke to me. Now, also, Judge Lawrence, the other day, I happened to be passing by. I'm not even from Long Island.
Anthony,
and
please.
I saw him walking, escorted by heavy brass police, laughing, crossing the street. So you know what it is. You know what you got to do to make this right. And I just want you to know that you guys were all put under notice tonight, and we will hold you. We will hold you under 18 U.S.C. 44, which is misprision of felony, and under the misprision of treason, 18 U.S.C. 2382. Thank you.
Dorothy Price Hill. And Dorothy, certainly you have time to speak, but if you could try to keep it as close to the 3 minutes.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you and good evening. I work on Wall Street for over 20 years, so I'm sort of used to burning the midnight hour. So thank you to everyone. I just want to first and foremost say to Justina, and I was at the first vigil, my heart completely goes out to you. That Friday when I got the news, I couldn't sleep. And I have 2 children of my own, and I lived in Germany, not too far from the Polish border. I spent many wonderful times in Poland, and there's nothing I know that can ever bring him back. And our love for you, and we will always be there for you and your children. I saw Gia last night. She's the youngest of the 3 girls, and I asked her first if I could hug her, and she let me. And it's about love. We're all going to come together, and we're all going to be there. So thank you. My story goes back to 2006. I was a single mom living on the Upper East Side, working in private equity with a very good job. I had full residential legal custody of my twins after my first husband, who's now a fugitive living in the Middle East, a Brooklyn-born American man. I found hardcore porn, basically snuff porn. I don't know if any of you know about that, but that was when my bubble burst and my innocence was really shattered. He threw the server at me when I told him I was going to take it to the NYPD. We were living on Central Park South, really living the dream life. My children were at Christ Church Day School, a private school where the Trump children also went. I was very active in our church, living a very happy life. I met a man online from Nassau County on a friendship dating site. He didn't show me his photo right away. I thought it was sort of shy. A month or 2 later, we finally had a date in the city. And I got to know him over time. And I thought it was sort of an anomaly. He wasn't the kind of typical guy that I dated. I gave him a chance. The person I gave a chance to is now under investigation for the murder of many women here on Long Island. And I'm going to tell you right now, the family courts are so incredibly corrupt. I found out today that CPS is electronically monitoring my 18-year-old son's email, which is a federal felony. I am the president of a fintech company based in California, based on all of my background having worked for Goldman Sachs and McKinsey. We are developing software solutions for banks to prevent money laundering from child sex trafficking, organized crime, drugs trafficking, arms trafficking. When I confronted my second husband, Christopher Wolf, and I will go public, and I have go public, and most of you know, and by the way, Patrick Ryder, Commissioner of Nassau County Police, believes me, which is very nice. I went to Dartmouth College with Senator Gillibrand. She's my classmate. Our other classmate is Alex Azar. Alex is a wonderful man. He runs the Department of Health and Human Services in Washington, D.C., and reports to President Trump. I mentioned to him at our 30th Dartmouth reunion what was going on. I'll make this quick. And he said, Dorothy, call me. We will talk. We will help you. Fast forward. I am the one who wrote the 80-page memo to the FBI about this child sex trafficking out of Suffolk County and the illegal secret parties being held in Oak Beach hosted by Joseph Brewer, my husband's very, very good friend, and by Jimmy Burke, the former Suffolk County police chief, who, by the way, the porn that was found in his duffel bag contained, allegedly, 2 of the Gilgo victims. Fast forward. I've gone to the FBI. I have gone to Congressional Congressman Swazi, who refuses to return my calls, Congressman P. King, who was very kind and helped me. The bottom line is that there is additional DNA in the Gilgo case that I have not yet submitted. I submitted human hair and dried human skin samples to the NYPD because Suffolk County Police refused to take it, and guess what? They laughed at me when I went to them, and so did the Nassau County Police when I told them that jewelry that was found on Peaches and her little daughter, that's my jewelry that was stolen out of my jewelry box by Christopher Wolf, who went to CPS in January 2019. My second husband, no kids, thank God, said to CPS, she's violent. I had to leave our marriage. Dorothy's violent. All of you who know me, I love to give hugs. I'm affectionate. I'm not violent. Guess what? 3 weeks later, CPS went to the DeVito home in Manhasset on Castle Ridge Road to my son, 17 years old, using forms 1021 and 1024, and kidnapped my son, placed him in foster care in Bayshore. He ran away, I found out. And then they went to court and they accused me of child neglect because I did not pick him up from probation after he pummeled me in the ribs and I had to go to Manhasset Northwell for emergency. My son has a conduct disorder, which is diagnosed, probably from all the trauma of watching his mother fight for justice in the Gilgo case, but that's going to be blown wide open, I assure you. And my daughter's doing spectacularly well at Carnegie Mellon University. The bottom line is that Judge Ellen Greenberg is personally responsible for the harm done to my children, also for not giving me an order of protection against Chris Wolf, who strangled me in our home at 315 Manhasset Woods Road, and is telling CPS that I'm the violent one. Let me tell you one thing. Sadistic psychopaths with secret lives of sex parties and online porn addictions don't make good dads. And they certainly don't make very good witnesses as well. His employer has fortunately come forward and told me they will fully cooperate with the investigation, because I will assure you right now that Megan Waterman, one of the Gilgo victims, told her mom, Mom, you wouldn't believe some of the clients that I have on Long Island. They include judges. Thank you.
Mita J. Maraday. I think Mita left. Dr. Burchell M. Marcus.
Greetings to one and all in the name of Allah. My name is Dr. Burchell M. Marcus. I'm the Community Director for the Borough of Brooklyn, and I'm also the Brooklyn Advocate. I've been on this journey fighting against CPS for over 20 years. I've witnessed too many atrocities. I was one of the local investigators on the Nix Mary Brown case in Brooklyn when the children were neglected and Nix Mary Brown was killed. It broke my heart. And from then on, I took it very seriously to investigate how the system works. And as of today, every time I step in ACS office, they seem to be scared of me because I have the laws on my side. And I'm speaking of common laws, not admiralty laws, that's being performed in these courts. We're not at sea, we're on land. Admiralty courts have to go. All crimes are commercial. And when you demon our people, human beings,
as products, you're violating common law. I have a master's in constitutional law, and I speak at colleges and universities. And what I've seen over the years, they don't want us to speak at some universities because we're exposing too much of truth. I just want to ask real quick, how many of you have a law degree? Or how many of you have studied law? Could you raise your hands if you have any knowledge of law? I guess not. Silence is acquiescence. Now, it's your job to abolish, dismantle CPS and ACS. I'm going to fight until I die and make sure that these courts and this organization called CPS is no longer in effect. We have to abolish it. Some of these courts that are practicing maritime admiralty law, as my colleague just mentioned, the flags you have behind you are maritime flags. They're not the flags of the United States of America. They're the flags of the United States for America. It's too different. It's difference. If you study law, read Black's Law Dictionary. It'll tell you about all these codes that we're being prosecuted under. Too many families. I have 2 cases right now where ACS walked into the hospital and took children away from them. And that's a crime. Under the Social Security Act of 1935, it clearly states that no agent should remove any child without the consent of the parent. Read it. ACS is violating human rights. They are in violation of human rights. We have an attorney here. He can speak on that. Stop playing games with people. We're not persons, we are human beings. We are people. Black's Law Dictionary says that a person, the definition of a person is a child or one who cannot speak for themselves. So I am saying to each and every one of you, it's your duty to stand up. It's your duty to stop this atrocity from happening. Too many lives are on the ballot. It's time to shut it down. It's time to shut it down. If you don't take action to shut it down, y'all don't need to be sitting up there. You don't need to be sitting up there. They spoke about the bonds. Each and every case, all crime are commercial. Each and every case that goes into these admiralty courts are being traded on the stock market. Just go and check Dun & Bradstreet. You would see your name on Dun & Bradstreet. Your Social Security and your birth certificates are being traded around the world. Go and check it out. Stop deceiving the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Adelina Blanco. Adelina Blanco. I didn't hear you. Oh, that's okay, hon.
Good evening. My name is Adelina Blanco, and I am a resident of Nassau County. I am here to talk about 2 different sides of CPS. One, the side that failed me when I was a teenager. when I went to talk to my counselor about what was going on in my home. And they did absolutely nothing, to the point where I had to leave my home because they did absolutely nothing. I turned out great, by the way. I guess being out on the street at 16 years old taught me a lot. Taught me how to survive. Taught me how to be a fighter. And I believe in this. Everything happens for a reason. It was God's intent to have me here tonight because this is my first time here. And listening to everybody, I wasn't going to discuss the second side, okay? I was just going to talk about me. But now I have to bring up the second side. 2015, my husband is arrested because a scorned ex-girlfriend made a false allegation against him, okay? Her daughter, that does not happen to be his child, although he has a child with her, according to CPS, made an allegation. There was no investigation. Within 24 hours, he was arrested. Okay? Discovery was withheld from us. He could not even defend himself. Okay? Put up my house. Bailed him out. 3 days later, he had to go back to where? Family court. Okay? Because it wasn't enough for this woman that she already had him arrested. So now here comes family court. Okay? 2015. Okay? It took us until November of 2016 to have a trial because he would not and he will never take a plea deal. Because first and foremost, the first allegation that was made, we were out of the country. He was not here. He was 5 hours away by plane. Okay? That's one. When we finally got the discovery, we found that the child, upon questioned by the detective, the arresting detective, when questioned, has she ever done anything to herself? She said, well, you know, 2 days ago, my mother did tell me to take something and put it somewhere. And I'm leaving certain things out because she is a child that was instructed by her mother to do something. You know who should have went and got arrested? Her mother. Okay? Upon his acquittal, she decided that she needed to take the next step, which was family court. So finally, in 2018, everything in family court was cleared. So we said, wow, finish. You get to see your other daughter that you haven't seen since 2015. And he did the same thing that this gentleman did. He said, I am so afraid of what she can do to me that I do not want to even see my child. Okay? Think that's enough? No. Not enough for her. She went after his job, which is the same thing that happened to that gentleman. My husband lost his job. He was working for the state on an allegation that he was acquitted for. Upon testimony in court, okay, the mother lied 19 times. The daughter lied 30-something times. Okay? It took a jury of his peers 20 minutes to acquit him on trumped-up charges. Because remember what I said? It was one allegation. Okay? Then one allegation became 18. And I became pretty good at being an investigator. Okay? I had to help my husband run 24 hours of the day for every other day that he was alleged. And there is corruption. There is corruption in the court system, which Ellen Greenberg was my husband's judge too. Okay? Okay, Aaron, Judge Aaron, who is already retired, made a guest appearance at a hearing that was held against my husband. The same judge that allowed a woman that lied, okay, that gave her an order of protection. And now I know this, and this is why I say everything happens for a reason. At the time that she made the allegation, she stated that his older daughter that was in his custody was her child. And that child is not her child. So for 6 months, okay, his daughter couldn't even see him. And he had full sole custody of her from a previous marriage. So we have a problem here, a big problem. I forgot my paper, so I'm going to try to remember every CPS worker's name that came to my house. Okay? Vanessa Steet. Oh, wait. Let's do it in order. Ms. Arnold, which did absolutely no investigating. Vanessa Steets, which was going to hit the home run. Lorraine, who I call the cleaner, because she was an aged woman. And when I said to her, "Do you have a son?" She said, "Yes." I said, "I honest to God pray no one ever does this to your son." Okay? We're in what, 2020, right? The woman is still going around slandering my husband's name, slandering my name, telling people that she has an order of protection out against me. Guess what? She can't. We have no familial tie. That I knew. Okay? But we have to dismantle CPS, and we have to hold everybody accountable for it. He has children that he didn't get to see because of this for about a year. Okay? And then after that, he has a child that he hasn't seen since 2015. And I know it's late, but I'm disgusted by the fact that CPS got to go home. And they didn't hear us. And when you guys took your turn, I know some people were making noise. I was not. I was quiet, and I was paying attention. And I noticed and I realized that you guys were trying to extend the time. I know how it works. I attend board meetings all the time. Okay? So I apologize if we kept you here so long. But we all voted you in place. So just like we voted you in, we can vote you out. So if you're not going to do your job, that is what we intend to do.
Stephen Kleinbart. Stephen, is Sarah with you? Do you want to come up together?
Hi, I'm Stephen Kleinbart. I am a survivor, not as the typical survivor that spoke before or others, but I was taken from my parents with reasons I won't get into that now, and it was not as what others claimed as not nearly as bad as was mentioned before. And had it just been that, I could have forgiven it and moved on. here with my wife if they would have only left that part alone. But they continue to go after me, my wife, my daughter, and my parents. And that's why I am mentioning it now. I would not have been willing to mention it otherwise. Now, I stayed several times by a place where I saw a sign, which I believe is what every child should feel. It shows a child sitting in a tree, reading a book, saying, "This may not be Buckingham Palace, but it's home to me." And that is a general feeling of how any child is to feel by their parents. To claim that a child will feel better in another place, or that the parents are unable to care for the child, without any evidence, of course, is no reason at all to take a child away. Now, in December 2016, there was a headline of the New York Post, "ACS Doesn't Care." And that was after the death of Jaden Jordan, another child who was left to die by social services. And he was another incident of someone whose death was preventable. So there are numerous, certainly most, instances of these cases where when there's no evidence, they make everything wrong. There is evidence, they say there's no evidence. I would like to add on that there is an order to remove postings from the news, and not only it's unconstitutional, but it's a laughing matter. And I will, as a courtesy, I am not giving names here. And all involved know who they are, and all involved in the abduction of our daughter. And we've been through court, we've already disproven every one of their claims with irrefutable evidence. So if she remains in this court, it's hostage. So all involved, I'm giving you a courtesy notice. You have thus far dug your own graves. And if you continue any action to continue this non-case, you have buried yourselves, and you have caused yourselves to be the shame of the world, and you will be in the news for that as a result of your own actions. Thank you.
As you just heard from my husband, Stephen, I am Sarah. CPS has been trying to force us to divorce. Yes, you hear that. CPS of Kings County has been trying to divorce us for 4.5 years due to 3 things. One, that I made up that my daughter has autism, which was diagnosed by 9 neurologists. Can you even make up autism? No. Can you? No. The second thing is educational neglect, despite the fact we have state of New York records, transcripts, and proof she was never once neglected. On the contrary, from January 25, 2016 to October 15, 2018, the day of her abduction, she went from grade 0 to 4th grade. 2.5 years of 7 days a week, nonstop. Stephen and Sarah Kleinbart, mom and dad of Hannah Kleinbart, worked 24 hours a day with hired help to get our daughter to verbalize, to communicate, to socialize. Yet we were considered neglectful parents by CPS. The third reason why our daughter was abducted, in addition to what Stephen stated, was because mom created on February 11, 2017, pneumonia. Can a human being create pneumonia? No. I was held hostage and was taken away from my daughter for 6 months just now, April 4th, 2019, for 6 months, because I prayed in front of my daughter 6 feet away. CPS stated it's detrimental, it's life-threatening if I pray in front of her. That is unconstitutional. Tonight, just before Stephen and I came here, 3 hours, CPS gagged us. We were not allowed to talk, not allowed to write. My daughter has autism. She has not been allowed to write anything. When she does, they say that we're harming her. She's a visual learner. The state of New York and the county, the district stated she must be not more than 6 student ratio, 3 teachers. CPS placed her last year in 2nd grade and blamed us that now she's 2 years behind academics. Furthermore, she's in a class ratio of 30 students. 1 teacher. 1 teacher. A child with autism, autonomic nerve disease, asthma. They threw her medication in the garbage. She has not seen her GI in a year and a half. Can a parent place a feeding tube into their child? CPS stated, I, mom, placed a feeding tube into my child and had my daughter at age 8 years old state to her legal aid attorney, Mom harmed you by doing surgery on you. I have no medical degree, for the record. Can I do that? Tell me how CPS didn't lie to my face. Judge Ben Darvell Jr. of Kings County, New York, stated on October 15, 2018, the day of the abduction, there is over 20,000 records. Nothing against these parents and this family. Yet why was she abducted? Why was she locked off from her entire family? Why did CPS create 2 false, what's it called? Birth certificates? How is that legal? How? And yet everyone is silent. We wrote numerous letters to the fraud department. That brings another thing. CPS wrote in over 19 times. Parents are lunatics. The child is not disabled. Guess what? April 11, 2019, Stephen and I found out from Social Security, State of New York, Disability. ACS, I cannot mention the name at the moment due to legal proceedings. The agency that is holding my daughter hostage and the foster supposed family are all collecting $733 a month since the day of her abduction. Okay? How can you state CPS is excellent when they lied and fraudulently and money laundering against us? Now, one more tip for the iceberg. Get ready for this, everyone in this room. We here are approved 8 consecutive years by the very agency under the state of New York as foster parents, adoption parents, and one more. We are also entitled to have children round the clock in our house, which we do have. We've had hundreds of kids, I don't even know how many, who've walked through our door. Children who were beaten, abused, neglected, where CPS failed. There's a child of 17 years old who became crippled, blind, and deaf, and 80% paralyzed because CPS refused to help this child. We have many more cases that I can state, but it will take at least another 2 hours, and I don't want to take anyone else's times. But each of you sitting there, you go to sleep at night, hang out by coffee shops, go on vacations. CPS stated Stephen and I are no good because our daughter, when she was 8 years old, requested to have a birthday party by the president at the White House. And guess what? We surprised her. First, we did homeschooling, 7:30 a.m. Yes, you hear right. Every morning. Our daughter was up at 6 a.m. because that's what she wanted. She had playtime. She had 3 friends nearby who also played with her. One of them was a homeschool child. And guess what? 10:30 a.m. she got break. And we made that party at the White House. We were told we're negligent. Is it negligent? No. 3 hours, 7:30 to 10:30 a.m. doing schooling on her vacation. We are told we are negligent. Now listen to this, and then I shall try to close for the night. Stephen and I are standing here. CPS has stated to us we will be most likely imprisoned on February 25th, 2020. Okay? February 25, 2020. Why? Because people around the globe opened up a GoFundMe to help us raise the money for the legal fees. Because on October 17, 2019 was the first day in court since April 14, 2016, our voice was heard. And that's why they want to put us in prison. No due process. We didn't get ever once served by the judge, not by CPS, not by our attorneys. My attorney stated April 4, 2019. The reason why your daughter was taken was because CPS needs a certain amount of children. They are short. They need their money. They need their paycheck, and I do too. I have it in writing. So no one can state that I do not have that. The next words she wrote to me was beyond shocking. ACS doesn't care about you or your child. They don't care if she lives or dies. Don't worry, everything is good. But just keep it in the background. Your child may die under CPS. Now, how is CPS helping? None of us slept. Not a single person in my community has slept since the night of that abduction when 3 units of the police enforcement were called by CPS to surround my home. Yes, you hear right. And stated to me, and that my husband was right behind me, and stated the following. You have 2 options. 1, go to prison now, and you don't see your child. 2, we take your child now, and you don't get arrested at this time. How is that a help of CPS? Nothing was found against us. We have clear, clean records. How is that? I demand an answer. My daughter is suffering.
Sarah,
She's been
Sarah,
through
if you
CPS
could just wrap it up,
6
please.
months in a corrupt system under the guidance of social work that they are teaching her to state she wants to be adopted. Yet, they took away 1.5 years of all her related services, and just a week ago, they stated in court mom and dad are neglectful because they refuse to give therapy to the child. How is that for a system of CPS helping families and parents reunite? I hope you take this to heart and you bring our children home. We don't need any more deaths of Thomas, Jaden, or Zimri, and many, many hundreds of thousands of more. End this anti-Semitism, end human trafficking. You want a job? There are plenty. There are plenty. Don't waste our tax-paying monies. Don't use special education children with disabilities and just because they cannot voice their own. We are here. Please help every one of them. I end with a heartbroken of another victim of Thomas. He is placed on my daughter's bed. Another child. And that's another reason why they're keeping my daughter away. Because somebody who interviewed us publicized on social media her bedroom. That's not a reason to imprison me or my husband. It's not a reason to take kids away.
Okay.
I demand this end.
Thank you. Victoria Navarro. Yes.
Hi, my name is Victoria Navarro. My son Ray turned 1 in July. He was taken from me in August because a lieutenant at the Suffolk County 2nd Precinct took the information from my ex about 17 unfounded reports that hospitals and doctors made for my child, that CPS unfounded because there wasn't enough evidence. So like these people here were saying that there's not enough credible evidence. I don't know why doctors don't have or aren't credible when they're the ones making the reports and documenting an 8-month-old child being brought back to his mother with bruises all over his body, and CPS as well. It's unfounded. So ACS in Queens took it because the lieutenant said I had Munchausen's, right? I have Munchausen's. He called the law guardian in Queens and said, she has Munchausen's, she's imagining things. There were no bruises there, and there were pictures that day. And when he came back to me the following day, he had more bruises. When I went to court, I was ambushed by the law guardian for my child and the attorney for my ex, who made the entire custody hearing about what this lieutenant had said. There was no report, there was no affidavit, he wasn't even there. And my child, when I left court that day, a custody order was signed behind my back under my petition. The 3 of them went behind my back to another judge 2 days later, attempting to file a neglect petition. They used that order that went behind my back that I never got a copy of until October. I never even knew it existed. I was put through a fast-track neglect proceeding. I was forced. I was sat in a room with social workers who tried to force me to sign a handwritten document that said I never saw any bruises, and neither did the doctors, because that's what the lieutenant told them, that the doctors had told him that there were no bruises. That's how much damage a police officer, like her ex-husband, that's how much damage they can do because people just take them at their word. That's how much power they have. He's still a lieutenant somewhere, right? They just moved him around, but he's still there. And so are the 2 officers that threw me in Stony Brook that day because they wanted to protect my ex. They wanted him to take the baby home so that he can come back with more bruises the following day. I do accounting for a living. I see numbers. I don't imagine things. My baby never had a U.S. passport. And suddenly, by last Friday, he was out of the country to a non-extradition country. And they told me 24 hours after he was taken. How did he get a passport? Who helped him get a passport to get out of this country? I can never get him back. And this is what I have to live with. Pictures of unfounded reports. This is the social worker holding the baby, taking the pictures that were never reported. Right? This is what an uppercut on a 10-month, on my baby looks like. Shut it down. Do you really think these people have star players. That's what a star player is. And now my baby's gone, and he has a 4-year-old brother who hasn't seen him in over 6 months. Does he even remember his brother? My son asks for him all the time. He says, "Mommy, when is Ray coming home?" I don't know what to tell him anymore, because he's not even in the U.S. But this is the amount of damage they can do. And no offense to the police, but they contributed. I have Munchausen's. Munchausen. No doctor has ever claimed Munchausen's. And the 17 reports that the doctors and hospitals made on behalf of my child are being used against me in court because I imagined all of this. Imagined it. My baby was breastfeeding when they took him from me. They need to go. They need to be abolished. They really do. I have hundreds of pictures of bruises on my baby. All of them are unfounded.
That was our last speaker. I thank you all for coming here tonight. I thank you for staying. I know it's a long night for all of you. Just please get home safe, all of you.
Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you for being here.